Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Welcome, everybody.
What's that?
Microphone check. Microphone check.
All right, I'm going to move us towards starting the meeting. I want to thank the audience for your patience as we transition in from the flood and wastewater meeting. I know. All right, I'm going to ask that everyone please be seated so we can go ahead and start the meeting. All right, thank you all. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. The time is 7:10 p.m. and our city clerk, Dawn Abramson, is participating virtually this evening, and I'm going to ask her to conduct the roll call virtually, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mayor Soers,
Present.
Vice Mayor Bergenser,
Present.
Council Members Gordon,
Present.
Ledeju,
Present.
Matias,
Present.
Machulik,
Present.
Palmaris.
Present.
All right, thank you. That is going to bring us to our Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would please join council for the pledge. All right, we have two action items on our calendar this evening, and the first one is regarding our Mare Island Causeway Bridge. I'm going to ask our city clerk to please announce this item virtually.
Providing notice of intent to amend the fiscal year 24-25 capital improvement budget to allocate a total of $21,861,377,000 in grant funds from the Highway Bridge Program, $300,000 in Measure P funds, and $300,000 in bridge construction funds for the Mare Island Causeway Bridge Preventative Maintenance Project. This is step 1 of 2.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask Manny to please start our public comment clock. We'll leave public comments open through the staff presentation, and we'll take them after the presentation. I see we have our Public Works Director, Tigbao, online. Do we have a presentation for this item?
Yes, we do. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Melissa Tigbao, Public Works Director. Today we are here for the first step, excuse me, of a budget amendment for the Mare Island Causeway Bridge project. Next slide. Each year, Caltrans does an annual inspection of bridges, and in 2012, the report indicated that repairs were needed. The project was included in the Bridge Preventative Maintenance Project, BPMP, to be eligible for federal funding. In federal fiscal year 2015 to 2016, Caltrans appropriated funding for preliminary design, environmental, public outreach, plans, specifications, and estimates in the amount of $1.05 million. Caltrans originally planned to appropriate construction funds in 2020. However, due to COVID, funding was rescheduled for appropriation in federal fiscal year 2023-24, and the approved amount was $10.9 million. Next slide. The scope of the work includes the following: spot repair and overcoat lift span and towers, repairing cracked, spalled, and delaminated concrete in the substructure and superstructure, repair cracks and apply polyester overlay on the bridge deck, replace deck joint seals, replace damaged sidewalk panels, repair or replace deteriorating piles, repair or replace metal railing posts, replace underwater anodes, restore the logo, clean, repair, and paint metal railings, repair existing timber fenders, repair and replace existing lighting, and apply traffic striping to the bridge deck and roadway. Next slide, please. The project was advertised in August 2024, and bids opened in October 2024. The engineer estimate was $13 million, and 2 bids were received, one from California Engineering Contractors Incorporated of Pleasanton, California, in the amount of $19,869,755. Second lowest bid was from Myers and Sons Construction of Sacramento at over $25 million. Staff contacted Caltrans to seek the possibility of additional BPMP grant funds, and Caltrans agreed to appropriate an additional $10,935,890 towards the project. Next slide. The current budget in this project is listed as follows. Fund 221 is grant fund, of which we have listed a subtotal of $22,920,196. Fund 112 is Mare Island CFD funds that were approved for this project by the prior council and appropriated in the annual budget during fiscal years 2012 to 2016. This amount is $2,099,073. The last fund is Fund 204, which is made up of monies received from the Bridge Construction Development Tax Ordinance. It's an old fund that no longer receives revenue. As with most grant funds, this federal grant money requires an 11.47% local match, which amounts to $2,957,862.03. Based upon the bid price for construction, the total project budget is $28.3 million. That includes design, engineering, project management, which is design oversight, bidding, grants management, contracting, construction management, and inspection. With the allocated funding of what is listed above, this leaves a $3 million funding gap. Next slide. Measure P committee was held on this item was denied recommendation from the Measure P committee on January 23, 2025 due to the following: city transparency with Mare Island residents paying CFD, committee requested MISTI documents, request staff clarify if CFD funds can be used as matching funds. $2,099,733 was appropriated in fiscal year budgets 2012 to 2016 toward bridge repair, and no additional CFD was allocated since that time. Bridge repair qualifies as a CFD expense and is being used for construction expenses, not as a local match, while Measure P is discretionary. Next slide. Failure to approve this necessary budget amendment will result in the loss of $21,861,377 in bridge preventative maintenance project grant funds, and Caltrans will reassign the funding to another agency. If Step 1 is approved, staff will return for Step 2 of 2 on March 25th, 2025. If Step 2 is approved, staff will present award of the construction contract on April 11, 2025 to allow the construction phase to begin in May 2025. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I am going to test out a new system that will hopefully be more efficient, which is I'm going to go through one round. If council members have any clarifying questions for our public works director, then we're going to take public comment, and then we'll try another round of council questions and comments. So do any of my colleagues have questions for Director Tigbow before we proceed to public comment? Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, I know you did your homework, but is there any way that you could make up the 2 million? I mean, because it's already like $38 million, and we seem like we have the money, but is there any way that we can negotiate that cost? I'm pretty sure you've done your homework, but just wanted to ask.
Thank you, Councilmember Gordon. There is no way to negotiate the cost when it's a competitive bid. We are required to go with the lowest responsible and responsive bid, and we cannot negotiate if there's more than one bidder. And that's public contract code.
Thank you.
All right. Other questions? Councilmember Matias.
So, two quick clarifying questions for the director. Number one, between 2012 and 2016, there were CFD funds appropriated for this project, and then some decision was made to no longer appropriate additional funds from the CFD for this project. So is there any additional context or flavor you can provide as to why that decision was made and why we're not using CFD funds for this project? To cover the gap, the 3 million.
Yeah, I wasn't here during the time, but from what I understand from staff that was here, is that at that time, the project costs were much lower. The construction estimate was about $10 million at that time. And so we thought that with the original Caltrans grant and the CFD funds at that time, that we had enough to go ahead and move forward. We were not able to move forward at that time due to the design not being completed, and there were a lot of issues along the way. So that's why we went out to bid finally now. So at that time, it seemed to have been enough, but the project was not done at that time.
Thank you. And my second question for now is, so you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Measure P priorities. Which one of these priorities are you relying on to make the case that we can set aside $3 million from Measure P dollars for this project? Which one of them?
Public safety and also preserving our infrastructure.
Preserving our infrastructure. Okay. All right, that's all I got for now.
Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor. And to be clear, if we don't approve this $3 million, we lose out on $25 million in grant funding that we would receive towards this project?
Almost 22 million.
22 million. And for example, so if we don't move forward with this, what is the status of the bridge and what is the lifespan of it at this point in its current condition?
This is preventative maintenance that's required by Caltrans. So if it doesn't, I can't really say what's going to happen. There won't be a time where we'll be able to have enough general fund money or be able to pay for these improvements with our own funds. This is the way to do it with the grant funding. I think that this will be the last leg. I don't know the lifespan of the bridge at this moment.
And so I guess my underlying question is the bridge in such disrepair right now that it's basically on its last leg? Is that what we're hearing if we don't approve this money moving forward?
Yes.
Which would leave only the access from Highway 37 to access Mare Island then? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
All right, Councilmember Palmares.
I understand we're in a very tough predicament and this isn't ideal, but I still have to express my concern that, we're applying Measure P funds for this. Just my understanding, Measure P, and I know there's a lot of things you could put into that box of what Measure P funds can be used for, but my understanding is that these should be used for to meet pent-up demand by the residents, to use something that we could see tangibly in the near future that would improve the quality of life for our residents. And so this kind of toes the line, and honestly, I'm not a huge fan of it. I wish it could have gone to something else, but I just have to express my concern about this application, and I don't want this to be a slippery slope where we're using it for nearly anything under the sun. So that's, I'm not expecting a comment, but that's my comment about my concern on this use of Measure P funds. Thank you.
Any other questions prior to public comment? All right, I'm gonna ask the Measure P Commission reviewed this in January, and I've been looking into their reasons for denying the recommendation, and there were 4 reasons listed in the resolution that they adopted around giving the Mare Island residents clarity on what is basically just wanting to be more transparent with where their CFD taxes go each year and how they're being collected and what's been happening with this fund that we've had since 2012 and 2012 2016. Making sure that documents that were requested by Misty were provided, clarity whether these funds and or the funds from the CFD can be used as matching funds with the federal grant, and then the question on whether or not the developer should have to make a contribution. And my question is, what effort has staff made to follow up and address the concerns that were raised by the Measure P Commission?
Director Tigbow, I'm assuming that you want me to respond to that question, or Director Nayar. Director Nayar, do you want to respond to the question about the various Measure P Oversight Committee asks?
At that point, good evening, Mayor and Council members. I believe Randy had at that point checked if there are any PRAs pending, and we did not have any PRAs pending. And as he was going to check back and let us know about the 5%, that's what the Mare Island residents were talking about. And I would leave that between the city attorneys who want to respond to, because the previous council had been updated as far as the 5% was concerned.
And Director Nayar, Director Tigbow, I think you looked into the issue of whether these funds were going to be used as local matching funds or could be used as local matching funds. What was determined?
Yes, we did reach out to legal counsel, and they said that it was appropriate to be used. There was no condition that we could not use it as a matching fund.
And regarding having provided Assistant City Attorney Reisner, regarding the issue of providing Misty documents to the Measure P Oversight Committee, can you respond to that, please?
So we did take a look at that, and out of, I'm talking off the top of my head, 78 PRA requests from Misty. We have about half a dozen that are outstanding, but those are on rolling production mode because there are so many documents that have to be reviewed and produced that it takes a long time to do it. So they're being processed, but there's only about 6 of them that are open right now.
And did we inform the Measure P Oversight Committee members that the public documents that had been requested by Misty were available on the city's Public Records Act portal?
I believe we did mention that at the meeting, yes.
Okay, so that the Measure P Oversight Committee has access to the documents that Misty sought through the Public Records Act request. Misty is the Mare Island
Special Tax
Elimination Association? Alliance, sorry.
I'm going to hold there and take public comment, and then we'll comment on that.
Okay, Mayor, we have 2 in-person speakers.
Okay, let's call
The
them.
first is Daniel Boone, followed by Sherry Ann Grimm.
Come on up. He was asking if he could hand us information since our city clerk is remote. If you want to hand him to the city manager, we can pass him down. All right, go ahead, Mr. Boone.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I know that it is very likely, if not certain, that you will approve this because you've been put in a position where you're going to lose $21 million in funding if you don't. But you should only approve this with conditions. And the handout that I just gave you lists the conditions, which are the conditions which were raised at the January 23 meeting of the Measure P Committee. You should approve this with those same conditions that the Measure P Committee laid out to honor the work of the Measure P Committee and to honor the promise that was made to the public that the Measure P Committee would be a real, meaningful watchdog over Measure P funds. Brian Farrell and the Measure P Committee did not recommend this appropriation. Why? Because serious questions about management or mismanagement of public funds were raised. The missing 5% that we have been here talking to you about for over a year now, uncollected funds from Mare Island Company, $2.8 million that could have been put toward this project. Unaccounted for $6 million paid by master developer Lennar, unaccounted for, that could have been put forward to this project instead of using Measure P funds. The Measure P Committee saw nearly $9 million that could have been used for this project instead of asking them for the money. But where is it? The taxpayers have been asking, but the city has not been answering. These funds are still unaccounted for, and there's no explanation why the city has not collected that $2.8 million from Mare Island Company. The conditions mean you have to spend this money. I don't see how you have a choice. But you as a council have a choice to uphold the mission of the Measure P Committee. Where is the missing 5% from Mare Island Company? Why don't we have it? Where is the $6 million from Lennar? Why don't we have it? I'm urging you to put those conditions on any approval of these funds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sherry Ann Grimm.
Good evening. I spoke at the Measure P meeting on January 23rd, not because I opposed the project. On the contrary, I requested only a delay until we receive the necessary financial information I have been requesting since May of 2023. I wrote directly to City Attorney Nebb on June 4th and a follow-up letter on June 6th. I emailed both Director Nahar and City Attorney Nebb in October and November of 2023. I have yet to receive a response on any of those requests. And the law, the CPRA law, requires a request. A response. We are worried, as Daniel said, about $6 million that is unaccounted for, that was collected at the same time we were billed additional money to pay for this bridge. That money is specific for projects, infrastructure projects, and federal match money for Mare Island. If it's not applied to our calculation. In 23 years, it has never been applied to our calculation. So $6 million is unaccounted for. Mare Island, who has a contractual obligation to adhere to the acquisition agreement under the North Mare Island DDA, second extension, the city has allowed the developer to breach their contract. For a city already facing financial difficulties, transparency and accountability in all revenue expenditure matters are essential. So we are asking the conditions that we provided here. We want why revenue documents have not been provided to residents' PRA requests, And we cite Municipal Code 2.08.090 and Municipal Code 2.08.140. 2.08090 talks about financial records shall not be considered exempt from disclosure under any circumstances. When I talked to the state, they told me that even if the city mismanaged these funds and they've been misapplied or something's happened to them, that is not an excuse to not provide the public with legitimate information about what has happened. The public interest outweighs whatever's happened with this money. 2.08140, willful failure shall be official misconduct. The knowing, willful, and deliberate failure of any elected official, departmental director, or other managerial city employee to discharge any duties imposed by the California Public Records Act or this chapter shall be deemed official misconduct. And it goes on to talk about the consequences. We want answers, and we deserve answers. We pay a lot of money. We are currently being taxed $5 million a year out there. And we have a right to see the revenue that could have been applied to lower that tax calculation.
Thank you. All right, do we have any online speakers for this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have one online speaker.
All right, let's go ahead and call them.
Zoom user. Please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Melvin Cowan, and I appreciate the city's commitment to addressing critical infrastructure and homeless solutions. For the Mare Island Causeway Bridge, it sounds like transparency and funding equity are key concerns. The Measure P Oversight Committee denied recommending funds, citing unclear use of CFD dollars. So I'm curious, can the city clarify whether CFD funds can legally be used as matching funds for this project? And additionally, there remains $3 million budget gap for construction. Without securing additional funding, Vallejo risks losing about $22 million in BPMP grant funds. And so has the city explored alternative funding sources such as SB 1, so the Road Repair and Accountability Act, AB 2120, the Local Bridge Repair Fund, or federal bridge grants to ensure this project moves forward without delay? Infrastructure investment is essential, but it must be fiscally responsible and transparent to the community. And just also wanted to give a heads up that there is a funding opportunity coming up for the Bridge Investment Program October the 1st, 2025. And so for planning grants and then for bridge projects, November the 1st, 2025. So there are funding opportunities that are coming up as well.
All right, thank you very much. Any other speakers?
Through the mayor, yes. We do have two other speakers who raised their hand.
Let's go ahead and call them.
Jasmine S., go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. This is Jasmine Salmeron, Chair of the Measure P Oversight Committee. I wanted to provide a little bit of clarification from the January 23rd, 2025 meeting. During this meeting, the Measure P Oversight Committee received public comments from two residents, Daniel Boone and Sherry Ann Grimm. These residents did not identify themselves as Misty or stipulate that they were speaking on behalf of Misty. So we received public comment from residents, and at no time during the meeting did this committee request Misty documents. So the resolution that you've been provided that specifically calls out Misty documents is incorrect, and I'd like that to be clarified. Also, for the record, the resolution is not yet finalized. The Measure P Oversight Committee has sent back comments and corrections to the incomplete drafts on March 10th. So I hope that we can get that finalized soon. To expand on some of the committee's recommendations in that motion, there are 5 specific items that I'd like to share with you. The first recommendation as a part of the motion is cities should share their legal analysis with the residents. Number 2, council consider waiving any privilege it has to withhold its legal analysis and release as much of the information it can for the benefit of the homeowners who are severely burdened. Number 3, all pending public records requests about CFDs be answered. Number 4, are the matching funds of federal grants an appropriate use of the CFD funds? Number 5, when was it communicated to the residents that the leasehold revenue obligation was not carried forward during the land transfer agreement between Lennar and the developer? 6, how were the revenues collected until 2018 used? Residents claim to not see the project. Additionally, the initial motion that was made was to deny this request until the requests the residents made were satisfied. We were actually advised to only approve or deny, and so the motion was then made to deny this request. And additionally, I wanted to clarify if the city attorney or city manager stated that Measure P has received documents, because I don't believe that I've received or seen any documents that respond to the requests that were made. And I'll be online if anybody else has any questions about this item. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right, and we have one more speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. Next speaker is Carol H. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, good evening. I used to do a lot of fundraising, and so I didn't do these big projects like this, but when I look at the funding for this project, I see federal dollars, and that's great. And so I always like to see us go after federal dollars, but this is it too late, or can we continue to try to access some state funds and also the county? I don't think we go to the county with requests for funding, and we are part of the county. So I think we should be able to get county funds for these local projects, and state funds, because we're part of interstate commerce, we're part of local commerce, county commerce, statewide commerce. So we should have access to state and county funds too. So if it's not too late, if we accept this, and I kind of think we probably should, maybe we can continue to try to get access to some of those other options that may be out there. So that's it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any other commenters?
None at this time, Mayor.
All right, that's going to bring us to any additional council discussion. Any of my colleagues have comments? I will go. So I want to be mindful of time and the folks we have here for our other item. I'm very uncomfortable with this item, and I'm uncomfortable with this item because I want us to change our treatment of our boards and commissions in this city. I served on a new commission of which the first decision we made was overturned unanimously by the city council, and it's a slap in the face when you've put your time and effort and energy into making a decision to have the people that hired you to advise them overturn that decision. And it disturbs me that our committee put a lot of effort into this and came up with thoughtful recommendations and were advised to deny it rather than continue it, which seems odd. It seems like they should have had an option to continue the item and get additional information. So it feels like they were put in a bind, and rather than follow up with the oversight committee, it was then just brought to us with the expectation that, oh, the city council will just put them in a bind. We'll tell them we're going to lose $21 million if we don't approve this, and they'll just approve it and overturn this commission and we'll move on. And I'm not okay with that. I don't want to lose $21 million. I want to fix the bridge. Our Mare Island residents want to fix the bridge. Our Measure P commissioners are okay fixing the bridge. I don't think they're opposed to using Measure P funding to fix the bridge, although I'm in agreement with Councilmember Matias that it's a little bit of a stretch, and I wish we had been a little bit more proactive to try to find general fund revenues. I'm only going to be comfortable personally voting for this, even though it needs to happen, if we can make some real clear guidelines on how we're going to get the information and the follow-up to this commission, and we set an expectation that we don't want to be put in this position again. That's my perspective. I would love to hear from my colleagues so that we can get this through to a motion fairly rapidly to get our audience members on to the next item. Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm just going to make a couple quick points. I don't see myself voting for this right now. Part of the reason is because it seems like these requests that are coming before this body, we are really stretching the intent and purpose of Measure P, which I fought really hard to pass. Went out and spoke to voters, and we really talked about, what has been decades of underinvestment in our community in areas that impact our quality of life. And now you have a second instance where we're being asked to cover, or I guess the previous council was asked to cover one overrun, and now we're being asked to cover yet another overrun. And I know the pandemic got in the way, so I don't want to suggest that this is on staff. But, I feel deeply uncomfortable with this tax measure being used to cover overruns. That's point one. Point two, when it comes to the commission, I have to agree with the mayor. And I think I just want to make sure I share this feedback with staff. If a commission, and I served on a commission for 2 commissions for 7 years, code enforcement for 7 and economic development for 4. If a commission requests documents, I don't think we should be telling them to go and look for them somewhere. I think we should be, providing those documents to the commissioners because that's a request that they're making. I've never experienced that serving on a commission, and I don't think that should be something that's not the partnership that we should be having with our commissions on a go-forward basis. That's item 2. Number 3, admittedly, there's something that still feels gray to me in terms of how much funding is in the CFD fund right now, because money was used for this project, and so I checked the CIP book and there's 2.5 million in that fund. So I'm assuming the 2.5 is for this project, right? But where's the rest of the money? I'm assuming there's been additional collections of revenues, and so I would want to better understand where the revenue is going. Where is that funding, right? Because you could make the argument, and I know this would be unpopular with our Mare Island residents, that they should be footing some more of the bill. But we don't know, right? Because we don't know how much funding should really be in there. And so to the broader point, I think we need to have a conversation about the CFD fund once and for all. I know that there was direction by the previous council, provided maybe to punt this or wait until some other stuff came back in 2026. But this is obviously getting folks frustrated. We are making decisions without having all the information, and and at the same time, it's actually taking up a lot of staff time to have to produce all these documents, and because we're just not having the conversation. So I think we need to have the conversation. I don't feel comfortable using Measure P dollars for that right now. And I think there's an outstanding question I have around how much actual funding is in the CFD fund in 201? No. Rika, what's the fund on? I'm blanking. Yes, sorry. I'm looking at the schedule. Yeah. So what I have on here is that there's 2.4 million, and I'm assuming that's what was listed in Melissa's and Director Tigbau's presentation. But I guess there's like a 7-year period of revenue, and I don't know where that revenue is, and so I want to know where that revenue is so I can determine whether or not that should be a part of this decision.
Thank you.
7-year period, sorry, which 7-year period are you referring to?
So there was money being appropriated by staff for this project from 2012 to 2016, and then it stopped. So I guess I have a two-part question. How much actual funding is in 2002-1 or -2 right now? And why wasn't there more funding appropriated from that fund for this project?
So as far as the funding works, normally what happens is when Public Works puts in a project and they need funding for a project, that's what we build into a budget for the CFD. So way back in 2012, I'm assuming that they had that ask when they first got the first tranche from, for the bridge, and then there was this gap of 2 million that was then spread over 4 years that was taken out. Then after that, there was no funding request or a project request from Public Works, so we would not take the money out of CFD. Now, yes, to your point, actually, if historically we were following what was happening in 2012, then we should be taking the money out of the CFD. But in the past years, we've been trying to keep that CFD amount almost constant and not keep on increasing since there has been so much of questioning. And so we did not charge that back to the CFD. The new ask, this new 3 million, the new 3 million would, if it was way back in 2012, it would have come out of the CFD.
But let me just repeat back what I heard from you. You said the ask we've been making has been constant. So what has been the ask? Like how much money have you been appropriated from the CFD, if at all?
This 2 million that is in question, what was collected between 2012 and 2016. That was the 2 million. At that time, the project needed only the 2 million.
Okay.
And that is what was appropriated to the project from the CFD.
So let me just, and this will be my last question. How much money is there in that fund right now?
In the project or the project, this particular project?
Fund 2002.
That's the CFD. The fund
Yes.
is 221. 112. The fund 112 is where we are getting the 2 million.
Rake, I think the question is, what's the fund balance in that fund that could be appropriated towards this project if the city council did not want to use Measure P funds, for instance, to pay for the project?
Can I check that and get back to you, the fund balance as of
Yeah.
now?
So what does the budgeted amount say?
All right, I have Councilmember Ledaju and then Gordon.
You can get back to us. I know you need to ask the question, but I just want to clarify, even though we've appropriated or we set aside those funds during that period of time, but after 16, you have 10 years, basically, and is it safe to say that the CFDs that were collected were actually allocated to other projects? Okay, and so with that in mind, then the question behind that is, over that 10-year span, at some point, where are those funds? Where were they spent? because that's the accounting, right? You've set aside so many years because there was this thought that the bridge would be done. After 16, up to 25 or 24, there's this whole period of time where a certain amount of taxes have been collected. You've allocated those dollars to some particular projects, I don't know based on what. So I think it's important to be able to speak to that, because that is part of the question, that's the other part of the question that I believe we're trying to get to collectively. That would be very helpful. And I would agree with Council Member Matias. I'm not comfortable in saying yes for varying reasons to this request. And I don't appreciate, and I've said this before, being boxed in a corner to have to approve something that's so important to moving our community forward. I think it's very unfair, and I think it's very irresponsible when we're put in that position. And so this is really important to me from a financial perspective and from a process perspective. And I've said it before of how things are brought when asking for my vote and support, as well as having complete documentation. And I fundamentally understand that things happen in our world as we are budgeting through different crises and different situations, but I too would like transparency. And so I think that information is very important. I see someone online and perhaps they have the answer.
Go ahead, Ms. Hanford, if you had a comment on.
Oh, thank you. Hi, I'm Erin Hanford. First of all, can you hear me out there?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I work in the Economic Development Department, and I work on the Mare Island project. I just wanted to add a little bit of information in terms, because I think one of the question is how has it been shared with the public that we've been collecting these funds for projects such as this one? And I wanted to mention that several years ago, in cooperation with Lennar Mare Island, when they were still the master developer, we created a new page in our budget that is the CFD major maintenance project page. And so this project is listed at the very top of the current fiscal year budget, and it tells exactly line items, the budget, what the cost is for the project, the anticipated cost, how much funds have been collected for the CFD, how many funds are coming from grants, and then a 5-year outlook, how much is being spent, how much we anticipate to spend on this project. So it's really trying to be open to the public, transparent. That is there. So I just wanted to make sure that the council was aware of that. Because it's been in place for several years. And so that the $2,099,000 is in there, clearly shown in the CFD column. I also just wanted to mention that I know it's not really being discussed right now, but the bridge is a very allowable expense of the CFD through the acquisition agreement, the development agreement, the CFD servicing financing code that controls the CFD. We've looked at this very thoroughly and clearly was always anticipated to be funded by the CFD. And I mean the maintenance, the operation, and capital improvements to the bridge. So I'll leave it at that. And if anyone has any other questions for me.
So my comment, thank you for that. My comment is not that I disagree that that $299 million can't be spent from CFD on the bridge. And it is where are additional funds from CFD literally that could have gone to this project versus out of the Measure P funds. And so if we over a 10-year period have collected taxes, particularly from Mare Island, then there should have been an accounting and a thought process that additional dollars needed to be allocated. And if they weren't, what did we do for the last 10 years with those dollars collected to at least be able to show the accounting? And here we've spent it on reliable projects that really relate specifically for those CFD funds, and then having the thought process about, well, okay, we get that, we understand that, why these projects were done, and can we make this concession with Measure P funds or general fund funds, whatever the case may be. But it is, where is the accounting over the last 10 years for the CFD funds collected after 2016 that were not allocated for this cost? Maybe because we didn't know the cost, because of course there was escalation in that cost, and we just did not put additional funds aside. The question again is, that gap 216 to 225 is a 10-year period. What did we do in that 10-year period with those funds? And is there an accounting from a public perspective, just like for the bridge, for the Mare Island page, for those dollars?
I think I'm going to defer a little bit to Melissa on the project itself. I just want to clarify that the CFD fund itself, Fund 112, if there's any money is not spent, it goes into as a carry forward to the following fiscal year, unless there were monies put aside, as in this case for this project. So I'll defer to Melissa on the,
If I may add,
on the actual
way we
project.
calculate the assessment every year is we look at the budget that is being allocated for police, fire, and public works. And that the total of that is then goes into the calculation of the assessment for the coming year. Now, if Public Works does not identify it as a project at that time, then it does not become a budget cost for that years. So yes, we were not putting money aside after 2016. What went into that CFD is that year, that next budget's police, fire, and any public works cost. And there are annual reports that are generated every year that we put in on our website at the end of the year. And to Erin's point, yes, whatever the fund balance is rolls into the next year. And so for 24-25 in the budget book, the fund balance for Fund 112, to your point, is 1.4 million. And at the end of the year, based on the actuals, we true it up because we consider the vacancies in police and fire, and we true it up, and whatever that amount, it becomes the new opening balance for the following year. That's the process that we follow for the CFDs.
If I can speak to the project, like I said before, we didn't anticipate this project was going to cost this much at this time. We were going in looking for bids and comparing bids with other cities that had similar work, such as Stockton. And we were coming up with the engineer estimate of 13 million. So we would not have needed to ask for additional, because I think we would have been able to cover it with the Caltrans, the first Caltrans grant. When the prices came up higher, that's when we kind of scrambled and we said, let's just ask and see if there's any additional funding, because typically if other projects or other cities haven't been able to utilize those funds, then Caltrans also has a fund balance of their own. So we said, we don't have anything to lose, so let's ask. We asked, and that's when they, reviewed our bid package. And it took them about a month, and then they came back and said we will be able to provide an additional 10.9 million. Coming to this point, we had no anticipation that the project cost was going to be this high. We thought it was going to be a lot lower, and that we wouldn't have to have this large of a funding gap. And based on the administration, I am, because this is federal funds, of course, I'm just hoping to utilize it before anything goes away. Thanks.
All right. I have the other 4 council members who have not spoken, and I want to acknowledge everyone in the room. We're going to get through the rest of council on this item, and then I'm going to try to get us towards a motion so that we can move to this next item in the interest of respecting everyone's time that's here. So I have Councilmember Gordon and then Councilmember Matulik.
So my question that we all had here, first of all, I want to thank you, but I want to ask you something really quick before I go to my question. Was there an emergency that happened on the bridge about 4 or 5 years ago? Something happened where the bridge needed to be repaired, Melissa?
Last year, there was an issue with the bridge lift span, that mechanical portion. It was in May of 2024. We had issues with that, and we utilized a different project budget for only the mechanical portions of the bridge.
And one more thing, was there something that happened after you passed the bridge or going into the island, something to do with the railroad tracks or something? And I think some of it fell. I can't quite remember.
I don't recall that, but there have been several vehicular collisions with the bridge, which then knocks down a portion of one of the railing, and that would all be repaired through this project.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We had questions that was asked from the council, and again, we're just asking. We want to cross our T's and dot our I's. We asked what other funds are available for the Mare Island Bridge, and there was response from the general fund or Measure P. If there was no Measure P, what would we do? Will we lose this money? I mean, what would we do if there was no Measure P? I know it's hypothetical, but I just want to ask.
I would be requesting general fund if we didn't have Measure P.
So one way or another, we would still need to do this because we don't want to lose this opportunity. And I agree with my colleagues. It just feels so uncomfortable. And again, being a commissioner, as you probably understand, it is a slap in the face when we put so much work and emphasis on being committed and being another voice, and to not be heard. It is frustrating. But I do appreciate crossing that bridge. I do see some work that needs to be done. It is, to me, dangerous, but it's also historic as well. But I appreciate you letting me share my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matulik and then Paul Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. And a couple of constituents and members of the public have brought this to my attention. This seems like deja vu. For those council members that were on the last council, the same situation came in front of us for the Broadway project, where we were short on something, and then we identified using Measure P fund, but as a loan, to have to repay it back. And so the question that was brought to me is, can we do that same situation here? That if we do take this money, then it has to get repaid back to Measure B.
I'm going to try by asking a question, because this is a question I don't know the answer to, but I'm going to rephrase your question slightly. So, Reka, that would be an interfund loan. So Measure P would interfund loan to, and then the question is what? Either the CFD fund, which would then go into a raise of the rates to cover that loan, or to the general fund, which would then pay it back over whatever number of years. And I'm not speaking to either, but those are the only two funds you've identified as potential funds available. So the question of loaning Measure P money to ourselves, for lack of a better word, and then paying that back through an interfund loan over time is legally possible. I'm just raising the question to Reka. She'd have to schedule what that would look like, and council would need to give direction from which fund. But I would like her confirmation that that statement is correct.
In case of Broadway, the repayment was coming from outside. Here we are talking about general funds.
It's an interfund loan, yeah.
General fund to general fund. Measure P is also general fund.
It is.
So that's, unless it's a loan that's being repaid from the CFD.
That would be a separate
fund. That is
fund.
an interfund.
It is, correct. Well, Sorry that I'm asking questions. I'm just trying to get to the answer to your question without going too far down the road. We do, however, from the Measure P perspective, yes, they are all technically general fund dollars. Measure P money, general fund, general fund, general fund. The question that I have is, but you do account for it in separate funds, correct? Okay.
So I'm not sure if I heard an answer to my question.
So the,
Let's have the city manager answer it.
Sure.
He had
So
had his light on.
If the city, I think there's probably a vehicle through which the Measure P fund could make a loan to the general fund, but that kind of operationally is equivalent to just having the general fund pay for that right now. So that's always an option for the city council. If you want to use general fund balance instead of Measure P, that's always a fallback option for any funding request that is before the city council. If there's available fund balance in the general fund, that's always an option. So that's an option in this case. I think providing a loan from Measure P to the general fund that needs to be repaid by the general fund is similar to just paying for it out of the general fund, which is an option for the council tonight.
Thank you for that clarification. And just as a reconfirmation, when is the deadline to lose the $22 million?
Couple of things are at play. We have the contractor, the low bid contractor that is holding his bid until May and would like to start in May. And then we have to respond to Caltrans by April. And so whether or not we're going to be accepting that second 10.9 million.
So I asked that question, is it too late to, and I think I already know the answer, to rebid the project, to potentially get closer to where we're at?
We can rebid the project, but 10 times out of 10, the prices come higher.
Okay,
And we wouldn't be able to do the work until next year. So that would delay the project 1 year and likely increase funding, increase the required budget.
But the $22 million would still be there for us at that time?
No.
No, okay.
No.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Only, they would take back 10.9 million, that second tranche that they're offering.
Second tranche would be taken back.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you for that clarification.
All right, I have Councilmember Palmares and then the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. So, Ms. Nayar, if we were to use the general fund, what are your concerns about doing that, or are there any?
Oh, for sure, because we are taking it from the fund balance.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I mean, any particular concerns? I mean, it's generally concerning, but I mean, is there a reason why, hey, we really should not do this?
Our fund balance would come below a threshold of 15% that we are trying to maintain. I don't have the exact numbers, but right. Like 24, 25, our fund balance was 25 million. If you're going to take another 3 million from that, we're talking about 22 million now. No, we can totally take it from there. We try to follow the GFOA recommendation of maintaining at least 2 months of reserve. And this we'll be reducing our reserve less than that.
Okay, but you don't know offhand how much below we would go?
I wish I had my computer.
I know, I'm sorry. I don't want to put you in a spot. And then this document here, there were conditions from some of the residents, 6 conditions. City Manager Murray, is there anything on this list that we can answer as the City of Vallejo as a show of good faith?
So as was mentioned, I think, by one of our speakers, the chair of the Measure P Oversight Committee, Ms. Salmaron, I don't know that the resolution of the body is yet final, but as I understand it, the 6 conditions were share the legal analysis with the residents. I think that relates to the 5%. the city council should waive privilege of that information. Those are my 1 and 2. Is it okay to use as a federal match? And I think the answer to that was yes. Randy, there was a question about provide the records related to, can you clarify that? What you think that we've referred to them in shorthand as the Misty documents, but maybe you have more information on that.
What I have is a list, and I should have brought it, and I apologize for not bringing it, but I have a list of all of the Public Records Act requests that relate to the CFDs. There are 78 of them. There are 6, maybe 7 of them that are still open, and again, they're on rolling production because there's so many documents associated with it. It's possible that some of the documents that they think they don't have are in that rolling production. I don't know. Without sitting down with the attorney that handles all of that on a full-time basis and taking a look at it and perhaps talking with the folks who made the requests.
Okay.
Which I'm happy to do. Don't have a problem doing that.
Okay, so I think the answer to that question is the records that the city thinks are disclosable under the PRA have been disclosed, except that there are some that we're still assembling. So
right, there are 6 or 7 requests still open that are now being worked on.
Okay, so we can provide that to the Measure P.
I do think that the items that were listed in item 1 through 6 in the piece of paper that Mr. Boone provided are relatively specific to document requests. In other words, those could be pulled in front of any other documents that are being searched and provided to the extent that they exist. I don't know what that extent is at this point, just speaking about this, but certainly in working with finance, Randy and the PRA team can make a determination as to do those exist and can they be provided more expeditiously than other rolling requests that include review of other communications.
And Councilmember Palmares, there were 2 other asks. Do you have what, I don't take notes of those, but are there 2 remaining asks that were presented that city staff didn't respond to?
That I asked, or
No, I think
someone else?
that you referenced the 6 questions.
Yes.
Which were the 6 that you, are you talking to the ones on this? Okay, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. So provide written explanation why revenue documents have not been provided in response. I think we've answered that question. We provided all the responsive documents except for the few that we're still working to furnish. Provide the legal basis for allowing MIC to, the 5% payments. The city attorney's office has provided a confidential memorandum or information to the city council. It's up to the city council to make a decision about whether it wants to waive privilege on that and provide that to the public. Provide documentation of all sources of other revenue collected by the city of Vallejo. I think it looks like quite, I imagined based on Ms. Hanford's comments earlier that a lot of that information has been provided. That might have been the source of some of the Public Records Act requests, but that looks like a project to assemble all that information, make sure that we're on the same page with the commissioners or members of the public about what that entirely entails.
So is that one still pending, that 3rd one?
Well, I think it's a little wide open documentation of all sources of other revenue collected. So I don't know, I guess.
I understand.
Provide documentation of total amounts of revenue collected from all sources of other revenue. Other source of other, I mean, I think that's kind of we'd have to go back with the requester to figure out exactly what they were requesting in that. I'm not familiar with the referenced figure of $6 million that was mentioned today. I'm familiar with the 5%, so I'm not exactly sure, and perhaps our Mare Island team knows more about that, but we need to get more information. And the transfers are in the budgets from the CFD funds to other accounts. So we could go back and look at the budgets to say, hey, where did we transfer out funds from the CFD account into other funds, and how were they used? But again, that might be a pretty significant accounting undertaking, which if the city council would like staff to undertake, we'd be happy to do that at the pleasure of the city council.
I understand. I kind of want to shift toward Measure P. I think all of us, or nearly all of us, have expressed disappointment at how it got here. Perhaps the show of good faith would be some sort of reform to address, how it got here and prevent that from putting us in this situation again. I don't have a specific idea at this moment, but I would like to, bring it to my fellow council members to see if there's any ideas we can to address this and not just forget about it and move on to the next crisis.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the vice mayor, who will be the last one to speak in this round, and then we can try to get us somewhere. We have about 80 people here, so I really want to respect the folks' time that have been sitting and waiting.
Sure.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I'll try to be quick. Rick?
Take your time. You haven't gone yet. I want to make sure you're not feeling rushed.
Yeah. Reka, can you talk about the 1.4 million, the fund balance that's currently in the fund balance? If that money were to be used for this bridge project, what other projects would potentially, or maybe this is for Melissa, what other projects would be delayed from using that fund balance?
We don't have, against this 1.4 million, we don't have projects identified, because if there were any projects identified by Public Works, that would have been part of the total cost that has already been charged to the CFD. So this 1.4 million is what we keep rolling as the cash balance, because the money that we get from the county is only twice a year. So it'll only come in December and then the next in June. So instead of fronting that money, we keep this fund balance in the CFD account that keeps it rolling.
Okay, so we would have to wait then until maybe June before we could spend more money? Is that what you're saying? The county wouldn't give us more money until June?
Yes.
So
the county roll we get in December and June, correct.
So I think I don't think it'd be unreasonable to think that we could use the 1.4 million fund balance to help cover some of the 3 million, since there's no projects in the hopper.
Through the mayor, may I add some information? Thank you. So the council does have the authority to use the 1.4 million that's in the carryover fund of that CFD. I just want to make you aware of the fact that if you do, it will increase the assessment on the commercial CFDs in the next tax year. It won't necessarily affect the residential CFDs, but it will increase the commercial to bring that fund balance back up. So you are able to use it, and it will increase commercial CFDs.
Okay. I think that's. Do we know what it? Yeah. Do we know what it would increase it by, or is it a large amount, or is it just nominal?
We would have to do that analysis to see what closing that gap looks like. I think it would be a pretty decent size. It won't be insignificant for sure.
Okay. Also, I agree with Councilmember Tulik about the loan. I think it's very dangerous to take from our reserves to pay for this. I think at least with the loan, if we can figure that out, we can use next year's funds to pay for that loan back and put that money back in Measure P. But I'm not comfortable taking from our reserves and use that money. That certainly will affect our bond rating and our credit rating for the city, which is very dangerous for our insurance rates and all kinds of other things that will just domino down the road. So, I would certainly be in favor, if we want to look at doing something like that, I would be in favor of looking at a loan from the general fund for next year to pay back Measure P. I do think, fundamentally, I am against this only because Measure P has said no. And that was the purpose of the Measure P Commission, was to safeguard those funds. I don't know, and I guess there's no other nice way to say it, but I don't know that holding the Measure P hostage over the CFD issues and the getting the information on the CFD is really what we're here to discuss, or what the major issue is. I don't see that there's any correlation between the funding from the CFDs versus whether we use this money from Measure P or not. I think there's a lot of grandstanding happening that I don't think that I'm in favor of. But I will just say that I would be, if we're not going to use Measure P, then I would say I don't know how else we're going to fund this, because I'm not in favor of using the cash reserves. If we do use the general fund, remind me again how it works about how if we do things with the bridge, the city pays for half and the Mare Island CFDs pay for half. That's not part of this?
No, that's the causeway maintenance that the CFD pays 250 and the general fund pays 250.
So that's
just the
completely
regular
separate from this? Okay, so that whether we pay for it or not, it doesn't matter, it won't change the CFDs in any way?
Right.
Okay, so those are my thoughts.
All right, we've gone through a second time. Councilmember Gordon had a request for one more note. I would just ask that we keep in mind the folks waiting.
Through the mayor, remember, we set this meeting aside initially for this, remember? So this is important, and I do know that we have a crisis, but this meeting was initially for this, correct? So that's what I'm just saying.
This meeting was
Remember, it was
for the
carried
homeless-
over.
This meeting was called for homelessness, and then we carried over that item to this
Okay,
meeting.
thank you for that correction. I'd like to know, how old is the bridge? I know that's a very hard question. And the life expectancy of this bridge, those are things that we want to keep in mind when we're talking about repairing. The bridge is old, and the life expectation is old. I'd like to ask if we make a recommendation, if we was to use half of that, use that 1 million fund, and either use the remaining from general fund or the remaining from Measure P. Is that possible?
Yes, we could do that.
I can't hear you, sorry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to try to move us. Oh, city manager, did you want to get in? You have your mic on. I just want to make sure. I feel as if we have a good majority of council members that aren't entirely comfortable with this. I think we have folks that want to see this funded. I am tempted to quickly go through the information that we would need in order to make a decision, or if enough of us are comfortable making a decision now, we can go ahead and make a decision. I think I'm still not comfortable with it.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
The item before you this evening is just the notice of intent, so you do have time. You could, again, not that you may want to, but I will state you can move the notice of intent and at the step 2, not approve the funding, or say, we're not going to even consider it at step 2 unless we have the following information. So that is an option for you.
Councilmember Palmares.
Just like to reiterate, I understand the frustration here behind this dais, but I think what we can and should come away with is maybe addressing that Measure P lack of oversight, or how it got caught here in the first place. I think that could be the thing that could make us a little bit more comfortable with this, but I also don't want to come away with this either way without fixing that. So
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think to Councilmember Matulik's point, it feels, even though some of us weren't up here, it feels like deja vu or the Broadway project, and we got to do better.
If I may, with all due respect, the Broadway project, this is a unanticipated and I think unanticipatable increase in the cost. We had an engineer's estimate. We went out and got bids. We were very surprised that it was a higher cost. That's quite a different situation than a long-running project that had been escalating over time repeatedly. So I guess I feel like this feels like quite a different situation to me. To Councilmember Palmares's point, and I think maybe something that's been lost in the conversation, from my recollection of the Measure P Oversight Committee conversation, the committee's reservations or commission's reservations were not so much about the appropriateness of the use of Measure P, although maybe that existed as well and was a subtext. A lot of theirs, and you can see from the questions that were raised by the Measure P Oversight Committee, had to do with related, what they believe to be related questions of the CFDs. So I think to Councilmember Palmaris's point, one way to improve this process is maybe getting a specific recommendation or finding from an advisory body like the Measure P Committee of the appropriateness of using this source of funding, because I think that's a different question in Measure P Oversight Committee's minds than all this other stuff about the CFDs. And my recollection of the Measure P Oversight Committee's action was driven by this concern about the CFDs, not really the appropriateness of the use of Measure P. In fact, I don't even really recall what their perspective on the appropriateness of. So that seems like that would be very useful information if the commission had specifically acted on that question is, does the commission feel like this is an appropriate use of the Measure P? And then in addition, are there other concerns that they would like to get information on? So offering that as a thought.
Go ahead, Councilmember Tulik.
Thank you, Mayor. And I agree wholeheartedly with City Manager Murray. And it was not my intent to compare the Broadway project. What I was trying to point out was the fact that we're trying to use Measure P funding to fill a funding gap. So that's where the similarities. I wasn't trying to compare the Broadway project to this in that situation. But once again, we talk about quality of life. I don't think anybody's talked enough about if this bridge goes down and we only have that one point of entry off of 37, what's that quality of life for not only Mare Island, but for everybody else?
Yeah. So there's consensus that we're not happy with it. We need the bridge repair to happen. Councilmember Ledesju, go ahead.
I appreciate our city manager's comment, and I appreciate Councilmember Matulik's clarity. And I will say this, that it is like deja vu, because we continue to have quote unquote missteps. And the question is, it is true, this is a quality of life issue. Anything that we need in this city is about a quality of life issue at this very moment and point in time where we are in history. And really the question is, when we speak about accountability, when we speak about processes, what do they look like for us going forward so that we become a well-run organization, a well-run city? And these are just incidents periodically, because things do happen. But when it feels continuous, this is what it creates. It creates a lot of discomfort. And it is not about the challenge of what staff is bringing forward. It's how we bring it forward. And the question going forward is, how will we course correct so that we have a cadence that really is acceptable when we're bringing things forward, and it's a normal cadence in providing a proper structure that we can all work from and feel good about. And that's what we're looking for. That's what I'm looking for when I'm making a decision sitting on this dais. How are we going to set that baseline so we can go forward and make the decisions we need without so much angst in the process, and even for the staff to have to feel that way when they're coming before and making a presentation. And I don't need an answer today, because it is what is going to be our processes, what do our standard of operating procedures look like for our staff to work through issues, and when they come before us and it doesn't feel like we're bumping up against each other. Because that's what it's been like. And it's not fair to staff, and it's not fair to the council, and it's not fair to our citizens. So we have to figure out together how we're going to fix that so we can have more cohesiveness in processes. That is my comment to this. And so, to our city staff, yes, we do support you. And yes, we do understand it's difficult because I'm a public servant too. But at the same time, I think you honestly, as staff, can understand how we might feel as council. And so we do want to support you. I'm speaking collectively because I know my colleagues feel that way, that we all want to support the work that we're doing in this city. And we want to do it with excellence, and we support our city manager. But I am asking for us to figure out a better way to formalize how we do our work, so we aren't having the bumping up against one another, and how we work well with our commissioners who spend a lot of time, their own time, giving to our community, giving to our city, and they spend time interviewing, they spend nights here just like all of us. So how do we come up with a process? It won't be tonight, but it's food for thought because it's uncomfortable, and I don't appreciate it on all fronts.
Thanks. All right, Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you. And to the city manager, I appreciate, that's one thing we can do is maybe have that contextualization with regard to the appropriateness of whatever that project may be. And to Council Member Ladiju's point, maybe a process that we can incorporate is when we come into this particular situation where the commission does not approve this or they don't recommend this, but this needs to get done, depending on how you want to word that. I think that should trigger an ad hoc, or at least the liaison plus someone else, and actively work with the commission and try to workshop a solution. I think that might be the best way to go. I might be wrong, but just throwing that idea out there where if they have concerns, I think that's going to be a much more concerted dialogue with them so we can address them. Because right now we're talking out loud, but we're not actually having a conversation with the commission members. So, Mayor, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think that was getting to what I was saying initially was what's frustrating about this is we have something that we can probably spend money on, that we should spend money on, that we probably could have done, not in an hour and a half if we had had a proper follow-up with our commission. And I think we have to respect the work of our commission. And I'm personally, I would like to see their questions answered. I would like to know the fund balance for 112, the history of where it went. Not because it even necessarily changes how we feel about this decision, but for the sake of doing right by our commissioners. And I feel like they were pushed into a decision when they just wanted more information, and they were told you can either approve or deny, when in fact what they might have preferred to do was continue the item. So now we're here 2 months later and we don't have any better answer. And for me, I would be in favor, if it were up to me, I would say let's push it to next week, and I want the information, I want the analysis of what PRAs are pending, what documents, the financials for the CFD, and I want us to at least agendize waiving our privilege on some of that stuff so we can be more transparent, and then we can do this. But I recognize that I'm not the only one making this decision, and if there's enough of us ready to vote on it tonight, I'm also open to us just going ahead and voting on it tonight. And I don't know how much, I think we're all kind of feeling similarly on the fence. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I think, I would give it some thought to, this is only step one, so maybe we do approve step one with the, with the requirement that we have these questions answered before this comes back as step two, so that we don't hold up the funding and lose the possibility of losing grants.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I don't love it, but I do want to be very clear that, at least for me, if we don't get this resolved in the next week, I will vote against step two. And if you vote against step two, you go back to the drawing board. So we better be sure we can deliver in the next week. I got Councilmember Gordon and then Palmares.
I agree, and I would like to remember my request, if we could have this funding split. I think that would be really a good negotiating, 1.4 million, and then the remaining either come from the Measure P or general funds.
Councilmember Palmares.
So I agree with you, Mayor, and just so as long as we get some options for potential tweaks or reforms for the Measure P committee.
Yeah. All right, we have an understanding. Everybody's got an understanding. Can we make the motion with a very clear contingency?
Sure. I move that we, sorry, let me get your.
Sorry, I put you on the spot
Yeah,
there.
no, I move that we approve the notice of intent to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 capital improvement budget to allocate a total of $21,861,377 in grant funds from the Highway Bridge Program, $3 million in Measure P funds, and $300,000 in bridge construction funds for the Mare Island Causeway Bridge Preventative Maintenance Project, Step 1 of 2, with the requirement of having the 6 conditions raised by the Measure P Commission finalized and brought forward as part of the presentation for Step 2 before we make the decision on Step 2.
Madam Mayor, may I make
yes.
two? So I think because you have yet to decide the Measure P, how much of the Measure P funds and how much of the bridge construction funds, I'll call it the gaps, for lack of a better word, perhaps that item could be in the alternative. Does that make sense? Because I don't know that you're going to say 3 million in Measure P funds, so you're giving notice for 3 million in Measure P funds, but is it going to be 3 million in Measure P funds, or is it going to be 1 point whatever?
My understanding is we're talking about 3 million in Measure P funds, because the CFD is already kicking in 2 million.
Right.
Okay, that's fine. And then lastly, in order to waive privilege, we will need to have a different conversation about the legal implications of that in light of where we are with that particular issue, which council is aware of from previous closed sessions.
If we can bring that in closed session, then
thank you.
That's good enough.
So if that can say not necessarily an open session. Thank you.
All right, so I think we're ready for a vote on that motion. And I believe with our city clerk remote, we have to do a roll call vote. Is that correct?
And if I may, just a point of clarification,
Yes.
the 6 follow-up items are the items listed as conditions from residents as it relates to the special tax requirement. Is that correct,
And
Mayor?
I think there's a recommendations from P.
Yeah, it's page 2.
Yeah.
This? I don't think that's the same as the recommendation from the Measure P Oversight Committee.
It's in the notes from the chair on the resolution. I have it.
Madam Mayor, are they the same?
No.
Okay, I think we were operating.
So they're the
from-
comments from the P chair on the resolution. And it's request of the committee. City should share their legal analysis with the residents. Council consider waiving any privilege it has to withhold its legal analysis. All pending PRAs be answered. Matching funds we've already addressed. Leasehold revenue and the accounting for the revenue since 2018.
Thank you.
So-
What the city manager was reading from
Okay,
previously.
So then if I may, there is literally no way that all pending PRA requests are going to be resolved in 1 week because of the volume of the responses necessary. Certainly the items that were listed in Mr. Boone's, Randy can speak to this. I'll be quiet. You speak to it.
Sure, we can certainly give you a status of where the outstanding PRA requests are at, but because there is such a volume of documents that have to be reviewed before they're released, I can't promise you that those will be done by next week. Last I checked, there were literally thousands of pages of documents that a lawyer still has to sit down and look at.
What we'll need is the status and the one specific to the status of this fund, the collection and use, the financials, the collection and use of this fund, and to have it not be sent to the Measure P committee and council as you can go find it on next request, but actually have it presented to us and sent properly so that we're not having to dig into 10,000 pages of PRA to find this
Okay,
document.
so that just the status and the PRAs, you don't want every single page of them.
The stuff
Because
that's-
there are tens, there's
No,
thousands
the
of
stuff that's
pages.
relevant to this, the financials for this fund, the status of this fund and the financials for this fund.
Okay. Yes, that's.
I think, our apologies, but that is still extremely broad. Almost all of the PRA requests that we've got are about the CFD funds in general.
Okay, I guess,
We're not.
there is not anywhere in the city an accounting ledger of that fund and the ins and outs, the debits and credits of that fund, and I'm trying to remain calm.
Yeah,
The
there is.
debits and credits of that fund. That
Yes,
is what we would
that's-
like.
That's what's
That
provided.
makes more sense. Thank you.
All right, are we ready for a vote? Thank you, City Clerk, for being patient. Or we lost our city clerk. She was there. She was ready to do the roll call. I'm sorry, Dawn.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Source,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bergenser,
Yes.
Councilmember Gordon,
Yes.
Lettichu,
Yes.
Matthias,
No.
Machulek,
Aye.
and Palmaris.
Yes.
Motion carries with Councilmember Matthias opposed.
All right, thank you. All right, that is going to bring us to our item B, receive update on unhoused situation and provide direction on city programs. We have a presentation from staff. We have a presentation from staff. We have 28 public commenters in person, and I'm assuming several online. And we have a city council that came straight from flood and wastewater and has not eaten. And we do have some food in the back. So if you see us get up, I just ask for grace. I'm not going to have us take a recess because I want to move. I respect everybody's time. Please give us some grace if you see us get up. We're just trying to feed ourselves. So we apologize, but that's the best we can do right now. And I'll go ahead and City Manager Murray, I believe we have a presentation on this item. And we'll open the public comment. Anyone that raises their hand online between now and the end of the presentation, we'll make sure you get in.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Gillian Hain, Assistant City Manager. And with me this evening is Natalie Peterson, our Assistant to the City Manager. We'll be giving you an update on programs and projects related to homelessness here in Vallejo. And we will have this discussion on the unhoused with the City Council this evening. Natalie?
Thank you, Gillian. So at your last meeting, council requested a update on the unhoused situation and programs. So the item before you tonight is to receive that update and receive possible direction from City Council. Tonight we're going to do an overview of homelessness, review the point in time count information, partnerships and responsibilities, funding, existing projects, unhoused living situations, legal items regarding homelessness, encampment cleanup processes, Vallejo-specific information and data, support and services, and proposed unhoused strategic plan. Next slide, please. So homelessness is a nationwide issue. It is not unique to the city of Vallejo. There has been an 18% increase in the unhoused population in the 2024 point-in-time count, and that is per HUD's data. The homelessness is a very complex issue, and it's being addressed by all levels of government, from cities all the way up to our federal government. The unhoused population, there's many factors that can affect this, which include housing affordability, employment opportunities and workforce development, and the availability of mental health, substance abuse, and medical services. Next slide. So the point in time count, also referred to as the PIT count, is an biannual survey of unhoused individuals in the United States conducted by local agencies, which are referred to as the Continuum of Care, or COC, on behalf of the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, also referred to as HUD. The numbers in the count are likely undercounted, as this process does have some challenges that occur with it, such as having enough volunteers depending on the jurisdiction that they're in. The time period that the count is done in, it is done the last week of January, so oftentimes individuals who may be unhoused during certain times of the year may have other opportunities to go into either emergency shelters, which do get counted, or maybe in a hotel, which is not part of the count. As well as it's also done in Solano County at 6 a.m., which is not an ideal time to be going through and waking people up and asking them to partake in this. And then also the county does a statistical account of our unhoused population, so we do not get to interview every single individual. We are sent to areas that are mapped out to be a high probability for having an encampment, doing the count there, and then that goes into a formula that gives us our estimates. And we've had several council members who, current and past, who have been part of that count. As well as many community members who have partaken in this. So just shy of half of a percentage of California's population is unhoused. 0.38% of Solano County's population is unhoused, and 0.56, or just over half of a percentage, of Vallejo's population is unhoused. Next slide. So these are some county statistics, and we'll get into more Vallejo statistics, but just to kind of paint the picture for what's going on in Solano County. The PIT count summary was part of your guys' agendas packets, but to pull out some high-level numbers, it was conducted on January 31st of this year, again at 6 a.m. There were 1,725 unhoused individuals in Solano County, with 1,436 of them being unsheltered and 289 individuals being sheltered. That was a 46% increase in the unhoused population from 2022's count to 2024's count. 29% of the unhoused are considered chronically homeless per HUD's definition, and 5% of them are veterans. Next slide. Yes.
Unfortunately, too, with the PIT count, being that it goes into a formulaic process and it's an estimate, we really do feel that the over 600 number that the city got is actually quite low. We think that we have several more homeless people, unfortunately, than what our PIT count shows. Just wanted to point that out.
Yes, thank you. So some more specifics for Solano County. 20.5% self-reported that they have a physical disability, 39.3% have a substance use, and 29.5% have a mental health disability. And then sleeping locations, about 28.5% are in vehicles, which would include cars and RVs and vans. And then the other individuals are between tents, which is 14.5%, and makeshift structures, which is 9%, and then the rest fall into separate categories. Next slide. So this is some Vallejo-specific data for our unhoused population. We have 682 individuals per our last count, with 573 total households. All of the households in Vallejo were considered part of the unsheltered count. 7 households that were interviewed had children that consisted of 26 people, and 3 of those were considered chronically homelessness. The other 566 households included 637 individuals. And then as part of that count, 252 people were considered chronically homeless. 115 individuals reported dealing with substance use issues, and 115 individuals reported having mental health conditions. We do have more specific breakdowns on gender, age, and race, which I can go into, and are also included in your guys' packet. But 67% are reported as male, 28% as female. Ages under 18 were roughly 2%. 3% were in the age range of 18 to 24, so our transitional aged youth. 88% were from age group 25 to 64, and 5% were 65 and older. And then that hopefully, as we discuss, we'll discuss more about the proposed unhoused strategic plan later, but hopefully through that process, we're able to get more specific data regarding our unhoused population. Next slide, please. So the Continuum of Care, also known as the COC, is typically the organization that gets funding from HUD, so from the federal government, that goes to COC organizations, which typically provide countywide resources. Sometimes they do operate just in the city that the organization is in, but they typically go countywide. Part of the COC is that they help to create the high-level strategies on a regional level and allocate funding to provide comprehensive and integrated systems of care, such as housing, which includes emergency, transitional, and permanent supportive housing, and supportive services, which could include field outreach, the Homeless Management Information System, HMIS for short, and the Coordinated Entry System, which for Solano County is contracted through Resource Connect Solano. The QR code on the top on the packet is a link to the regional homeless strategy that is currently being updated by the COC and Cap Solano JPA. If you click that or scan it, it will take you directly to provide feedback for addressing homelessness Solano County-wide. The QR code should also bring you to a Spanish, English, and Tagalog link. There's also information on the city's myvallejo.com/homelessness page where you can get that information or get the Zoom link to participate in tomorrow's virtual feedbacks. They also, we just found out and finalized this afternoon, hot off the press, we will be holding an in-person review and feedback session for the city of Vallejo next Monday in the Vallejo room at 5 p.m. Individuals with lived experience will be paid $25 an hour for participating as part of that. There is information on the tables just outside of council chamber doors in English and Spanish with the information on how to fill out the survey, when and where that meeting is going to be, and I will be around at the end of the presentation if anybody has questions about that. Next slide, please. So the city is part of Cap Solano JPA, which is a regional body tasked with addressing homelessness for Solano County. The JPA oversees the COC and homelessness funding. It is made up of Solano County and representatives from each of the 7 cities, which are elected officials. They help to set a standardized set of goals, processes, and strategies for addressing the unhoused. This JPA also allows the cities and county to pool resources together and encourages deeper collaboration. So instead of addressing things individually per city, it has Solano County look at addressing homelessness together at once. They also are responsible for the Homeless Management Information System and the Coordinated Entry System. They have advisory boards, which is the TAB, which is the Tripartite Advisory Board, which is made up of an elected officials. The COC, which is the Continuum of Care Board, which is made up of staff, and the Technical Advisory Committee, or the TAC, which is made up of staff as well. The JPA parties voted to allocate funding to hire staff for the JPA, which is currently in progress. The staff are being brought on to help seek additional funding and provide additional services countywide. Next slide.
So some of the homeless and unhoused related funding sources that we see here in the city of Vallejo at the federal level, again, HUD provides direct allocations to the city in the form of the community development block grants. Some of those funds can be used for homelessness issues, the home funding, and the NSP, the Neighborhood Stabilization Program. Each one of those programs has direct allocation funding to the city and has different regulations and requirements on what is allowable, but each one of those funding sources has different opportunities to help assist and augment our homeless issues here in Vallejo. Also, the federal government provides HUD funding to the Continuum of Care, as Natalie mentioned prior. And then there are also federal competitive grant funding opportunities. The state, there are state HCD competitive grants. Home Key is one of those. We applied and received one of those. And then also there is limited funding sometimes through the county. We did apply for some of the county's ARPA funding, and those RFPs for county level funding will go through the county or through that JPA for those grant funding opportunities. Next slide, please. Some of the housing projects that we've been working on you may be familiar with, but if you're not, several that are open or in the process of coming on board. Blue Oak Landing at 2118 Sacramento Street, 74 units of permanent supportive housing. Broadway Project at 2441 Broadway Street, 47 units of permanent supportive housing. We're looking at a TCO at the end of April. We'll be bringing another update to you next week on the status of that project. And then some of our other facilities here in Vallejo that offer affordable housing opportunities: Marina Towers, Sereno Village, Renaissance Family Center. Next slide, please. And then, of course, we've got our Navigation Center, which is a 125-bed emergency shelter. We're looking at tentative move-ins starting in May, and they will also provide individual case management. We'll have an operator, and we're working on that contract currently right now. I don't know, Natalie, if you want to add to that status.
Yeah, so the contract for both the operator for the Broadway project as well as the Navigation Center will come before council for final approval, so that information will be coming before you shortly to move both of those forward. All of these projects that are currently active are joint partnerships with many different funding sources, so it really has shown that it does take a community to bring different projects and resources online for the unhoused community. As you can see, just for the Navigation Center, there are a lot of different funding sources that are part of this, and we just would like to take a moment to thank our partners who have supported both of these projects through the process. Next slide. So our unhoused living situations are often at emergency or transitional housing sites. Oftentimes, individuals are living in vehicles and makeshift structures. Those are often on public property. They can be on private, but the city specifically works addressing the public properties. And they normally don't provide basic health and safety elements, which include potable water, sewer connections, heat and provisions for garbage collection, as well as many others. There can also be squatting that is occurring in either publicly or privately owned buildings and can create significant damage to the buildings. These locations can often be dangerous for inhabitants and create health and safety concerns for the broader public. Economic, mental health, and substance abuse challenges faced by some of our unhoused at the encampments can be physically dangerous and a site of criminal activity. Next slide, please. So these are some of the encampments that the city has addressed in the recent past, including the White Slough area and some environmentally stable areas throughout the city. Next slide, please. So there are legal items related to homelessness that we wanted to cover as we start to dive into how the city goes about addressing them, just so there's an understanding of what kind of dictates or helps guide the way that we address encampments. So the Vallejo Municipal Code prohibits camping and storage of personal property on all public property in the city. And individuals can be fined for public camping. The city has not used that strategy as of yet, but it is part of the, at least since the overturning of the grants pass decision, so there have not been sightings of unhoused individuals for public camping. In 2006, there was a lawsuit brought against the city of Boise, Idaho regarding its anti-camping ordinance. The court held that cities cannot enforce anti-camping ordinance if they don't have enough homeless shelter beds available for the homeless population, and is considered cruel and unusual punishment. That ruling was upheld by the U.S. Court of Appeals in the Ninth Circuit in 2018. Therefore, at that time, government agencies under the jurisdiction of the Ninth Circuit were prohibited from enforcing anti-camping laws. Vallejo is under that Ninth Circuit. On June 28, 2024, the Supreme Court decided the case of Grants Pass versus Johnson, which overturned the Ninth Circuit case of Martin v. Boise. Under Grants Pass, the Supreme Court found that criminal enforcement of anti-camping ordinance does not constitute cruel and unusual punishment. At that point, cities within the jurisdiction, as well as other areas across the country, once again began requiring individuals to cease camping on public properties as part of their cleanups. We did want to note again that under the municipal code, public camping can lead to fines and can, as fines increase, it can increase the penalties, although usually minor, such as short jail sentences, probations, or community service. The city has not enforced these anti-camping ordinance. It just provides notices while we were out at the cleanup sites, and we'll discuss more about our pre and post Grants Pass cleanup activities later in this presentation. Next slide. So the city does receive reports of encampments throughout the city. These are typically come in through See-Click-Fix, emails, phone calls, in person, both to city staff as well as council. Currently, there are reports for city property that still need to be addressed. There are 50 separate structure or tent-based encampments. This includes anywhere from one to multiple. There are also 80 separate RV and vehicle-based encampments, again, ranging from one to multiple RVs or vehicles on the site. Tents and structures are typically on city-owned property, streets and sidewalks, and then the RVs and vehicles are typically based on streets, but can also be, sometimes parked on railroads, city parking lots, etc. Next slide. So prior to the Grants Pass ruling, encampment cleanups were conducted, again, by city staff, but individuals were not removed from the location during these cleanups. Staff from multiple departments would go out, and we only removed excess trash and debris and worked with the unhoused individuals to determine the items outside of their tent, what they considered theirs and would like to keep, and what we would be taking with us. Debris removal notices are posted a minimum of 72 hours prior to a cleanup, but city staff typically try to give anywhere from 5 to 7 days, if not longer, depending on the size and location of a cleanup. Personal items will be stored for up to 90 days that are determined eligible for storage. We do have criteria that's outlined in Admin Rule 7.10, which was part of your package that discusses what meets that criteria or what may be excluded from that criteria. Things such as that have mold or things that could potentially cause contamination of other items that are being stored from other individuals. The city did do a 12-zone pilot program where the intent was to hit a different designated zone each month to address encampments in that area, which began and then eventually got upgraded once the Grants Pass was overturned. Encampment cleanups, as part of this, city staff would go out, take pictures before, during, and post cleanup, and then would go back anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks afterwards. And unfortunately, most encampment sites return to their pre-cleanup state within that 2 to 3 week period. Next slide, please. So, post grants pass, the city staff received direction to begin cleanups, which included the removal of individuals from the sites. Similar to the previous ones, we did do the 72-hour posting notice of debris. When we did do the posting notice for trespassing and debris removal, we provide a list of services that are available. It's also the same list that is on the My Vallejo website. We inform the individuals that are at the location of the upcoming cleanups when they're going to begin, and do our best to address any questions that they may have. Admin Rule 7.10 again discusses that process in more detail, as well as outlines the temporary storage for personal property. Next slide, please. So there is a concern. So we do roughly 4 to 5 cleanups per month, basically 1 to 2 a week, depending on the size and location of a cleanup. Something like on a railroad track may take a little bit longer getting equipment in and out versus something that's more street-based. And the public camping ordinance have begun being enforced, but again, just through those noticings. Encampment selection criteria for how we decide which encampments to address include ADA concerns, so things that may be blocking sidewalks, so individuals would have to walk into the street to get around them. Environmentally sensitive areas, areas where our youth frequent, such as outside of schools or libraries, residential neighborhoods, and places of business. Next slide, please. So some city-specific information. Multiple departments are involved in our cleanups. We do have several different staff people here in the audience and online with us who can help address questions later if they come up. That includes the city manager's office, attorney's office, public works, police department, fire department, code, and the building division. This is done through the coordination and initiation of cleanups that come through the city manager's office, and the other departments are there to provide technical and/or physical assistance at the request of the city manager's office. In fiscal year 24-25, we are estimated to spend about $360,000, and that is predominantly staff time, which includes estimating 3 public works maintenance staff, 3 days a week, 8 hours a day at 48-hour a week, 2 Vallejo Police Department officers, again, for that same time period, roughly 16 hours from your city manager's office management staff, and 6 hours from the city attorney's office addressing the legal noticings for the encampments. This does not include the dumping fees, any litigation that comes from encampment-related activities, response from fire and PD for fires or criminal activities. So that is solely just staff time based around the cleanups themselves. The city has received many communications expressing both appreciation and also expressing concerns regarding encampment cleanups. And since July of 2024, which is when Grants Pass came into effect, 30 encampment cleanups have been conducted throughout the city. So support and services. The city is dependent on support from Solano County, local nonprofits, and faith-based organizations to provide the needed resources for our unhoused community. City staff are regularly researching and looking for available resources to share with the community, which can be found on the My Vallejo site. There's a picture of the front of one of these on the side of this. We have also established a myvallejo.com/homeless resource page where we list the resources that the city is aware of, any opportunities that are coming up that may address the unhoused community, as well as where we post our upcoming encampment cleanup, so that way all members of the community can be aware of which areas are being cleaned. We have also created a homelessness email to ensure that individuals are able to get in contact with the appropriate staff and aren't having to try and remember individually who it's working on. If there's any turnover, somebody's on vacation, this inbox can be monitored by several staff people. And Solano County, just about 2, maybe 3 weeks ago, through Resource Connect Solano and the Coordinated Entry System, have partnered with 211, where individuals can call 24/7, 365 a year to do an intake for the coordinated entry system over the phone. One of the issues that has been expressed is being able to get in contact with Resource Connect staff specifically. Working, quote unquote, traditional business hours isn't always the easiest, so this 211 has really expanded that opportunity for the unhoused community. Next slide. So a service that the city is able to provide and have been working on are extreme weather centers. So in 2022, December, the city established the Extreme Weather Center policy, which outlines the criteria for opening the centers. It was updated in November of 2023 after having about a year's worth of openings to make some needed changes and additional information. Additional revisions were made in 2025 to expand the opening criteria, and that is what staff are currently working off of in regards to openings. We are currently working to receive feedback from organizations and individuals with lived experience for any additional suggested changes for the city to consider. In the last 3 years, the city has activated warming centers 30 times and has supported any and all county openings of cooling centers. There are some costs associated with this, and I apologize with the short turnaround. I didn't have time to get all of the specific numbers, but those costs do include staff time, security, janitorial needs, and supplies. We did open last week, Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday we had 3 individuals come in to utilize the space, and Thursday there were 5 individuals who came in to utilize the space. And I would just like to acknowledge and thank all of our volunteers and individuals who make the opening a possibility. Next slide. We are getting very close to the end, I promise. I know it's been a long presentation. So many government agencies have implemented different programs to attempt to transition our unhoused community members to housing, sometimes with very limited success. Unhoused communities comprised of individuals with many different capabilities, strengths, and challenges. In order to clearly understand the City of Vallejo's unhoused community, understand regional resources and deficiencies across organizations, and to identify strategies that the city can undertake to most cost-effectively improve the unhoused situation, the city has released an RFP in the fall of 2024. We have received several responsive proposals. A copy of that RFP is in your guys' packet this evening. At your last meeting, council did provide notice of intent to amend the budget to allocate up to $175,000 for a consultant to assist the city in this work. Some of that will include reviewing staff's draft for a strategic plan, community engagement, reviewing county plans, and reviewing best practices from other jurisdictions that may work for the city. We anticipate to be under contract in May of 2025, and completion for the timing is dependent on the extent of community engagement. This could be anywhere from 4 months to a year plus, depending on the level of community engagement and needs assessment from the consultant. Next slide. So with that, I would like to hand it over to council and the community, and we have staff available to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That was thorough and not too long. Please, we want to thank you for the effort that was spent, putting this together, especially because we called it as a special meeting. I think my proposal is going to be to break what I did on the last item and actually go straight to public comment. But before we do that, I do want to provide just a tiny bit of framing as myself and some of my colleagues called this item. And so I want the community, we haven't spent enough time on this issue, and so I want the community to say what needs to be said. We have a lot of speakers, so we're going to be, listening to the speakers, and I think that's an important part of this process. The reason that, at least from my part, that this item was important is because I think we all agree that the situation is not acceptable, And there have been some pretty significant developments in the lead up to and the initial time that the new council has been seated. And this new council needs to be able to start giving direction and taking leadership on the issue. And I think the one thing that we have shown in the last 2 months is that we are committed to tackling situations even if they are difficult. And I hope that starting the conversation today that we will be able to start coming together more and coming together as a community to recognize that we have a situation that is not ideal, that has come about through maybe decisions that maybe some of the people up here would have made differently or things we would have done differently, but that we need to assess the reality that we're in and figure out our next steps going forward. And so we're going to be continuing these conversations. I don't want folks to think that this is the only time we're going to talk about this, that this is the be-all, end-all of it. This is going to be a journey that we're going to be on because we owe it to ourselves and our community to do better by our community. And so I would encourage the folks that are here tonight, again, you've waited a while and we appreciate it. Please, if you can come to us with ideas in as much as you can, please say whatever you would like. But in as much as you can come to us with ideas, I think we're really ready to tackle this. And that was what I was hoping to do tonight, is really start developing effective policy and having this council take the leadership on the issue and get going on this. So with that framing, let's go ahead through the comments. And then we'll keep our 3 minutes, and we'll just be mindful of the time because I know people have stuff to say and I know you prepared for 3 minutes. Let's go
I was
ahead.
just going to ask the 3 minutes because that means we have 90 minutes worth of speakers.
Yeah.
So if we do the 3 minutes.
The members of the audience know the situation that we're in here. People prepared for 3 minutes. I want everyone to get 3 minutes. I want you all to get more than 3 minutes eventually because I want to have this conversation multiple times. The people that came in last, I don't want them to wait until 11 p.m. So what I'll do is I think we should keep it at 3 minutes, but I'm going to ask folks if you can be briefer, we would appreciate it for the sake of everybody's time here so that we can have council discussion. You understand the conundrum we're in, and I appreciate it. So let's keep it at the 3. If you can at all be gracious and do less, knowing that we'll have more opportunities, I would encourage folks to do that. We also have some folks that have come a long way and have lived experience that we want to hear.
Through the chair.
Sure, go ahead.
Can we please honor what our city manager asked us regarding comments towards our staff, please?
The council can do that. We cannot restrict what the public says. So we can encourage, some of my framing was that we want to encourage constructive discussion. And so we want to, in as much as we can, avoid placing blame, especially as a council, we're trying to move forward. So I'm encouraging the public to come to us with solutions and come to the table. At the same time, we can't restrict what people want to say. So say what you need to say. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to call you up 3 at a time if the 2 extras can stand to the side, and then so we kind of speed up the process of getting people moving. So the first 3 speakers, Cynthia H., Heather Franklin, and Allison Mesra.
I learned how to do this the last time. Okay, good evening, council members. Thank you for allowing us to speak. Thank you for staying here so late. It's past my bedtime, but this is important. And I want to thank these 2 young ladies for the presentation because it was very thorough and it answered some of my questions and concerns that I had. But I want to start off by saying that I lead with love and compassion and for our unhoused population. And I think we all are here because we care. We're not here because we don't care. We're here because we want short-term and long-term solutions for the problem, which is people living outdoors. I live a block away from the railroad on Georgia, between Georgia and Florida, and I've been reporting that since May of last year to the railroad because they're responsible for that area. That's what I found in my research. So I've been reporting it to the GM of the railroad. He says his hands are tied this year because laws have changed, and so I've been reporting it to him. Natalie Peterson, Vice Mayor, and Mayor Source are always copied on my emails just so they are in the loop. And it's just a constant issue. They move, then they come back. They move, then they come back. My solution was that the railroad provide 24-hour security. So that way, no one comes back, at least for a while. And then give a permanent solution to the people that they're relocating. Give them somewhere to go. So that's my solution for the problem. And these women have already commented on the effects of having an unhoused population, which is fire. 2 homes on Alameda were burnt. One was burnt completely down. The second one was under reconstruction and got burnt again. So that homeowner has been through trauma more than once because of an unhoused situation. Those are 2 historic homes, by the way. And then a bin on right outside of the railroad was burned completely to the ground. That's another fire. Oh, I thought I could talk about this in less than 3 minutes, but it's just impossible. So anyway, I will close by saying this. Logic clearly dictates that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one. So there are more of us that don't have this issue than do. And I just hope that we can all come together, and it looks like we're working towards that, to have this resolved that's in a humane way for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Heather Franklin, followed by Allison Mesra, and then Tom Carey. Sorry.
Well, thank you everyone for allowing us to be here today and have the opportunity to speak. I am Heather Franklin. I work with nonprofits here in town. Most know me for working with Healthy Vallejo. I appreciate all the support that the city gives to them. In January, I was able to take over the Renaissance Family Center. I am running the Unity Garden Housing there. It is all for youth between the ages of 18 and all the way up to 35 if they need it. We're doing 6 to 12 months of transitional living. We have in-house work source, and I'm there living inside, guiding them, feeding them. They get 2 free meals a day. I'm making sure it's provided. I'm going to the food lines and getting it, and working with everyone. And so if there's city funds out here, I want to know what I can do to help you guys. I'm here to help. That's the only reason I'm doing this. I volunteer my time to the Vallejo project, and I just want to know what the city needs. Now that I know you want solutions as well, I'll make myself some more lists, because I'm always moving my brain on how can we help? What can we do? And so that's why I'm out here. I really appreciate all the recognition that the community has given to me. I am a lived experience person. I just found out about the whole group next week, so I'm excited to go there and just continue to see what I can do to help. And I'll take that minute and 30 seconds and give it to someone else. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Allison Mesra, then Tom Carey. I don't know, I mistake your name, sorry. And then Kathy Salm.
Hello, Council. My name is Allison Mazzara, and I am a Vallejo resident of over 35 years, and I am the current board president of Common Ground. I'm speaking today to address the injustices that are happening to the unhoused community in Vallejo. After hearing stories from people currently experiencing homelessness and from advocates, Common Ground joins the Vallejo Homeless Union and Vallejo Together in calling for the city to stop all street evictions while the city studies and comes up with a solid plan to help our unhoused neighbors. Common Ground encourages the City Council to embark on a study session in collaboration with the Vallejo Homeless Union, Vallejo Together, and other organizations that are on the ground and working among the unhoused community. While the Council is doing your research, we ask that you direct the city manager to enact city services to immediately address tangible needs, such as trash collection and encampment safety. We know there are many factors that can impact the magnitude of the homelessness problem. Among them are tenant protections that keep renters in their homes. Common Ground asks the City Council to direct city staff to pursue sensible and cost-effective tenant protection measures, such as a just cause eviction ordinance, rent stabilization, and a community land trust. Collaborating with Vallejo Housing Justice Coalition and Urban Habitat, who have already done the research, will help keep people safe in their homes. The current policies of the City of Vallejo are inhumane and violate the basic human rights that should be granted to everyone with or without shelter. Pursuing these policies is just irresponsible, and those making the decision should be held accountable. I do thank the council for having the meeting tonight, and I hope that this is just the first of many as we all move forward together to create a city we can be proud of and that treats all humans with care and dignity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Carey, and I apologize for misspeaking your name, followed by Kathy Salem and Robert Topfer.
Well, dear Mayor and council members, we have the expectation that you will follow Vallejo City ordinances, state law, and federal law regarding the homeless in this city. Extreme weather centers can help individuals temporarily. I have no problem with temporary fixes. Hiring an unhoused strategic plan consultant is, I suppose, a necessary evil. Our money has gone to many consultants over the years with varying results. I want you to think hard about the $37 billion that our state has spent helping the homeless. Can you see a difference here in Vallejo due to the expenditures we've made? I can't. The sweeps between the beleaguered Vallejo police and Public Works employees' efforts are the only progress I've seen. I ask you, how many homeless have been taken off the streets by the many nonprofits that feed off grants? What measurable successes have been reported to you by local and county nonprofits that are supposed to help the unhoused? My sense, based on what I see, is that nonprofits are enriching their employees without showing any measurable benefit to individual homeless persons. As of late, we cannot depend on federal money to help the homeless. What kind of image do you want to project for Vallejo when you resist closing the encampments at the foot of Georgia Street, as the old post office site, and on the south side of that garage? What are we supposed to think of this in action, given the history of homeless campfires breaking out and homes burning down due to squatters? If any of you thinks that camps should remain, you should walk the talk and relocate safe camps and mobile showers to your neighborhood, not downtown. The idea that the homeless need to be near city services and public transit is ludicrous. If any of you rode public transit, you'd know that the homeless aren't going anywhere. The encampments that greet ferry riders coming from San Francisco should embarrass all of you. I ask, what will you expect, when will you expect reasonable behavior from the unhoused? No one is above the law. If we apply this to our president, we must apply it to everyone else. We're all equal under the law. The illegal camping, the trash, the filth, the toxic smoke, the drug use, and criminal behavior cannot be tolerated in this cash-strapped city. We pay taxes for city services, not the city-sanctioned destruction of public property. It has to stop. Finally, I must stand up for an innocent Public Works employee who was doing his job clearing an illegal dump site.
Time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Salem, followed by Robert Topfer and Eli Smith.
Hello. Thank you for letting me be here. I have a little bit of news here for folks that don't really know what's going on out there. I lived the life. And on the 17th of the fifth month, 17th day, 24, the lady right here came out with workers to clear my camp. I was posted 24 hours prior to them coming out. I informed them that I have 3-week-old kittens, that the mother took them underneath the pallets, underneath the tent. I was guaranteed, given her solemn word of honor, that the stuff would be hand taken apart until my babies were found. No harm would come to them. That's not the truth. The truth is, they went through the stuff, oh yeah, they went through the stuff real well, but they run over the kittens, killing one immediately by crushing. The other one was suffering from a loss of a tail and a loss of a foot. The third one, miraculously, only had heat stroke because they picked the babies up and threw them in a cardboard box, threw them out in the hot summer sun up against a fence. So it's like the word was not kept, the solemn word. These babies would not be hurt. I was thrown off the field and told I couldn't be there. So therefore, my babies are killed, words are not being kept, and these reefs have got to stop, man. They're ungodly. They kill not only humans, animals, but the planet. They have to stop. Give us a seat at the table. We, the ones that are out here, may have some surprises for you as far as how to solve these situations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Topfer, followed by Eli Smith and Kathleen McNeil.
Hi, everyone. My name's Robert. The Constitution guarantees 3 inalienable rights: life, liberty, and the pursuit of property. I was born in the Kaiser Hospital in town in '98. I'm 26 years old. In 2022, I was working my full-time job at a gas station on Tennessee Street when I was shot during commission of a robbery. I was forced to become homeless when I was forced out of my job. I couldn't pay for rent. I couldn't pay for all the bills required to maintain life. In 2023, before Grants Pass, I was at Lemon and Dirt Street when the railroad performed the debris removal, an actual true cleanup. I helped them with that. They told me I could stay there, but the city took exception to that and moved me out. In 2024, after being evicted again after a fire that was not caused by any of the homeless, but we were still kicked out the next day. After being evicted, I moved to 505 Azor Drive on Mare Island, a piece of property which is owned by the U.S. government. The city of Vallejo took exception to that as well. They didn't like that we built a community, that we built a group of people who work together to try to survive. We had our own trash service, we had our own water, we had our own sewer services. But then they just evicted us. They didn't even give us our time in court and still continued with it anyways. During that eviction, my primary vehicle for working was taken. I had to pay $1,500 just to get it all out and done. It's, for a homeless person, $1,500 is life-changing amounts. That's eating for like 2-3 months. A police officer told me to get out of Vallejo after that move out. That's unconscionable. Police shouldn't be telling residents to get out of Vallejo. It's not right. They took my dead mother's car under the pretext of a First Amendment protected activity. That's not right either. I can't get that car back. My RV was taken.
Time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Eli Smith, followed by Kathleen McNeil and Steve S.
A man is dead. James Oakley died with 3 coats on in a shelter made of blankets. The workers of a sanitation company with no training or experience were able to visually determine that this was a home and that someone was sleeping there. And out of respect for life, they left the site. 2 hours later, a city worker crushed James Oakley to death with a piece of heavy machinery that was designed to pick up debris. What happened in that time between? Someone from ecology passed this job off to the city of Vallejo and presumably said, why? Why was the normal sweep process not triggered? Who designed a protocol that allowed for city workers to be deployed on Christmas Eve when they should be at home with their families, with no system in place to enforce safety protocols? Who is managing this program so carelessly, so casually? Who here is just doing their job? Something is very, very wrong. In this moment, I stand here as a mother and as a homeowner, as someone who's worked as a volunteer my entire adult life. And I also stand here still steeped in the trauma of childhood violence, of mental illness, of chronic illness, of poverty, of housing insecurity, of having to serve coffee to rich college kids for minimum wage with a black eye and a bloody lip because I was afraid I would lose my job if I didn't show up immediately after being robbed and assaulted. Of having a man throw a glass coffee table at me and chase me into a room in an abandoned house and not being able to call for help because I was technically trespassing. I had to fight and claw my way to where I am now, and I know there are others in this room, perhaps in front of me now, who have had to as well, and I'm absolutely sure that none of us have come out of it unscathed. But the deep and enduring truth is that I am standing here today as I am because of luck, because of my whiteness, because I was a pampered princess compared to some of my friends here. My experience was a flash in the pan. Because I lived in a city where, whether or not a person had problems, it was possible to make a living wage as a waitress and pay rent. Because of those people who treated me with compassion and understanding. The city has thrown children in diapers onto the street, left an elderly woman who could barely walk on the sidewalk at 9 p.m. on a Sunday with nothing but a gallon of water, a rolling chair, and her cat carrier. I personally drove around looking for care for Kathy's dying kitten. I'm out of time. Pick up the trash. Stop the sweeps. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen McNeil, followed by Steve S., and then Sean O'Malley.
My name is Kat. I was born in Rosenblum, as was my mother before me. We were both born in the old Vallejo General Hospital on Tennessee Street between Sutter and Napa. My maternal grandparents owned a mom and pop's grocery store here. It was Thompson's Market out on Benicia Road. In the last 2 weeks, I've had to move from Wilson Park to the grocery outlet lot, which I paid $35 to stay for a week, but was evicted after 2 nights. To Sheridan Avenue, behind old Grant School, to Sutter in Pennsylvania for 2 nights, and for Fifth Street, or on Fifth Street. We stay at Wilson Park during the day because it was my old neighborhood. I was raised on Benicia Road. I feel safe and comfortable there. Now I'm elderly and disabled, and I need a cane to walk. Wilson Park has a bathroom I can use, and they have water available there 24 hours. There aren't many places in Vallejo that I can access these things that are basic human needs, things you don't even think about when you're in the house. These sweeps are not helpful. They don't solve anything. They just take problem A and put it in space B. It's been a year and a half since I did intake at Kaminar, which is a Cap Solano, I believe it is. I still don't have a case manager. I need one. Last time I spoke to them, they updated my info, and that was all they did. The list of resources that the city recently started giving out is a list from Vallejo together with the city's logo on it. I've had that list for 3 years. None of those resources have anything to do with being evicted. Nothing the city has ever done. The city hasn't done anything to help me. No one from the city has ever talked to me. I've only had police talk to me. I don't even know who Natalie Peterson is. Volunteers are the only ones who help me. I don't want to be unhoused. I've never wanted to be unhoused. The sweeps don't work. You take my stuff, throw it away. I used to have an RV. You took it. Now I live in a pickup truck. There's got to be a better way.
Thank you.
Steve S., followed by Sean O'Malley and Isabet Beltane.
Good evening. My name is Steve Seidel. I'm a Vallejo Heights resident and neighborhood watch captain. The impact of the homeless crisis in our city is undeniable. Dangerous encounters, illegal dumping, fires, and struggling businesses. Here are a few of my direct experiences that highlight the effects on our community. A few weeks ago, I helped a homeless woman in Benicia by driving her to the library during a rainstorm. I was telling her about iHeart in Vallejo, where she might be able to get help. She told me that she could never go back to Vallejo because she'd been raped in a homeless encampment. It broke my heart. My truck hitch was stolen at Smart and Final while my wife was in the truck. The thief disappeared into the neighboring homeless encampment. A homeless man threatened to rob my friends and I at the library doors just before the community safety meeting. How ironic. My wife was rudely harassed in my presence by a disturbed homeless man outside of the St. Vincent's Hill Neighborhood Association's meeting downtown. It would have led to a physical confrontation had it not been for the people running out of the meeting to help have a show of force. I'm dedicated to Vallejo, but these experiences will scare many away. While I recognize the suffering of the homeless, it cannot ignore the impacts on the city. Vallejo has benefited from the efforts already taken. The cleanup at River Park and Austin Creek, at White Slough at 37 and Sacramento have greatly benefited our neighborhood. Vallejo's homeless estimate is around 700 individuals. Only 20% of them take help when offered it to them. And that's per people that are directly involved in helping them. We must help the 20%, those 140 people out of 70 that are willing to accept help. The Navigation Center and the Broadway project will be operational soon and can provide for close to 175 individuals with housing and on-site supportive service. We can effectively house every homeless individual willing to accept assistance in these facilities. I have distributed a printout to all you guys that shows the satellite image currently of the White Slough Peninsula with 133 cars and RVs in various states of repair and unimaginable amounts of trash. It is right in the middle of a protected tidal marsh or tidal wetland. I understand the legal situation, but this is getting ridiculous. I have included satellite images at Austin Creek cleanup at White Slough. Austin Creek is right by 37. I thank the city of Vallejo and Caltrans for bringing us back to our public lands and the Vine Trail access. The benefits are clear: safer streets and reduced crime, accessible and clean parks and public spaces, a revitalized community and stronger economy. Now is the time for action for all involved.
Time.
Let's keep moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sean O'Malley, followed by Isabet Beltane and Paula Connolly.
Good evening. My name is Sean O'Malley. I'm one of the leaders of the Homeless Union. And excuse me. I think we can all agree that the city's policies dealing with the homeless are not working. They're not working for the city, they're not working for the residents, and they're not working, certainly not working for the homeless. You know, let's see. Post-grants pass, okay. So you got post-grants pass activities, or, you know, the way they deal with the homeless individuals. If individuals are going to be removed, along with the garbage and the debris, at least let's call it eviction, you know, instead of debris removal. People aren't debris. You know, if you're going to evict people, call it that. Don't call it garbage removal, debris removal, vehicle removal. You know, be honest about it at least, because that's all they do. I can tell you for a fact, after the sweeps are done, the debris is still there. So if it's debris removal, it's not. It's people removal. That's what it is. I personally videotaped Couch Street sweep. the Durr Lemon Street sweep, all of them, with all the garbage remaining after they're done. Yeah, I could show it to you. So I don't know why they keep saying it's not working, bottom line. You know, we want garbage picked up. We want debris picked up. We don't want to live in garbage. We want the crime addressed, you know what I mean? We don't want criminals amongst us, but addressed on an individual basis, not like sweep the whole camp to do some crime that's linked with it. We don't want criminals amongst us either. We're the ones that affects the most, directly. We get robbed first by the criminals amongst us. You know, we want protection for criminals just like any other resident of Vallejo. We want what everyone wants, I think. Everyone in this room wants a safe, clean, crime-free Vallejo. We want to work towards that. We want to work, we're willing to do the work. We want to be met halfway. We're willing, as the homeless community, to do that. Instead of concentrating on our differences, we all have one thing in common. We're all residents of Vallejo. I think together, only together, can it really work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Isabel Beltrain, Paula Connolly, and then Gordon Gilmore.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Since I started working with my unhoused friends in 2020, I've seen a lot of sweeps. What I haven't seen is any benefit for anyone, housed or unhoused, from doing so. For example, some homeowners have expressed concern about the fire situation in encampments. There are still fires, more as communities get scattered. Folks without housing are terrified of them too. Other cities, such as San Rafael, provide camps with fire extinguishers. Why can't Vallejo? Both housed and unhoused people are upset about the accumulation of trash. I've seen bags go uncollected until they're torn open by pests. I've seen valiant efforts by our unhoused neighbors to clean up using bags, only to become a lightning rod for sweeps. Other cities, such as Oakland and San Jose, provide waste receptacles. Why can't Vallejo? Many of my friends are attacked by pests due to trash accumulation. I've also have had their living spaces illegally dumped upon. The other week I saw a treadmill at an encampment. I can guarantee it wasn't placed there by an unhoused person. Waste receptacles would combat both of these problems. The recycling program is often utilized by many of my friends. Instead of paying for expensive sweeps, other cities, such as, again, Oakland and San Jose, incentivize camp self-cleaning with gift cards and stipends. They've saved money while improving living conditions with the programs. Why can't Vallejo? Working together, we can pick up the trash. But we are not trash. My friends have solutions. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Give them a seat at the table and stop the sweeps.
Thank you.
Thank you. Paula Connolly, followed by Gordon Gilmore, and then Alan Just.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for creating this special meeting. I will first start with necessities. I ask Council and the city to take ownership of the situation. Expecting residents and businesses to find solutions or deal with the lack of solutions is unfair and not our responsibility. Leaving it to the public has created rancor and division between citizens that does not help our city or goals. Clearing encampments is required by law. Not only will we lose state funding, but clearing encampments is the only relief neighborhoods get. We cannot wait months or years for more solutions to be implemented. District 4 has the most encampments in the city for over a decade. This must change. We have borne the brunt of the repercussions living with encampments, which has included blight, fires, crime, loss of public spaces, and the continued deterioration of our downtown and waterfront, key economic locations. There must be no more directing homeless services in District 4. The homeless crisis is a big subject, much too big for any one city, especially one that's impoverished. Cities with much larger budgets, such as Fremont, San Jose, and Napa, are closing safe sites due to cost. Vallejo's homeless is approximately 0.5% of our city population, and yet the other 99% have been denied economic progress, endured increased crime, prostitution, drugs, trash, fires in our neighborhood, loss of public spaces, parks, library, and downtown. We can thank some city staff for the current conditions we are in. City Attorney Nebb has advised council for years not to provide a safe site for the unhoused, also not to provide trash cans or things like that. In the parking lot next to City Hall, she said to me, if we made this a safe site in this parking lot, the city would be liable for anything that happens in it, and it would never go away, but be a permanent expense. This has made the problem worse. Assistant City Manager Hain has completely mismanaged Broadway project, costing millions more than projected on a project that will offer shelter in Vallejo for county homeless as well. Natalie Peterson has done what her job required, but not offered any expertise for solutions. We are still needing to pay consultants for a strategic plan, and we are not seeing competency. So I would like to say it's unfair for the unhoused, but it's also unfair for elderly citizens to not be able to leave their homes, for people to be attacked, for there to be property damage, and to deal with the encampments and the repercussions. Advocates say that unhoused must be in District 4 to be near public transportation. The executive director of Soltrans was actually shocked at the suggestion and said it was not a valid reason why encampments should be placed downtown. So in closing, we cannot expect the citizens of Vallejo to continually shoulder the burden of cost and repercussions from encampments. I think we're familiar with Titanic. There weren't enough lifeboats, but was the answer to say everyone goes down with the ship? I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gordon Gilmore, followed by Alan Just, and then Sean M.
All right, can everybody hear me all right? My name is Gordon Gilmore, and I'm with the Berkeley Homeless Union, here in support of the Vallejo Homeless Union in their opposition to sweeps, such as the one that killed James Oakley on Christmas Eve, continuing to be a part of how your city approaches your strategies to addressing the problem of homelessness. Performing a sweep, a job that requires someone to shut down their conscience with euphemisms about traffic obstruction, as though the possibility of someone's right-of-way being obstructed bears more weight than the life of a fellow human person, or trash removal, explicitly taking value away from the lives of unhoused folks, is inherently inhumane. And as such, none of your city workers should be forced to dispose of people's homes and forcibly displace them in a profession they're otherwise glad to perform. There are better solutions to homelessness. In Berkeley, we've been working with Public Works to perform voluntary cleanups at encampments, wherein city workers actually dialogue with the residents about what they want to hold onto and what they want to throw away. Those have gone incredibly well when the Public Works crew has been able to coordinate with the Berkeley Homeless Union, and the neighbors are happy to see such collaborative solutions. If such dialogues with residents hadn't been discouraged by the way sweeps are structured to repress the fact that city workers are disposing of people's shelter, then someone might have thought to check in at the tent to see if there was someone sleeping there before tossing it with a backhoe on that Christmas Eve sweep. James Oakley would not have lost his life, and he'd still be here with us in more than just spirit. Instead of spending funds on such inhumanity, why not invest those funds in an interim, non-congregate shelter in pursuit of permanent supportive housing, creating a sanctioned encampment and parking lot for those who aren't able to receive a bed until a sufficient number can be provided? Berkeley has done a great job with the former in supplying interim shelter with the ERF3 grant from the county for the closure of 2nd Street encampment, though the latter has yet to come to fruition there. And working with Public Works directly has been great. We've been able to keep my home encampment relatively tidy, working on fixing the causes for complaint from the neighbors there and the removal of thousands of pounds of trash. There were even a couple of voluntary cleanups that happened in September of last year in which the homeless response team entered into such dialogue with residents, but only when advocate attorneys were present. It's when city workers are forced to coerce residents' displacement that dehumanization begins and reckless harm ensues. Take the trash, leave the people, stop the sweeps. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Alan Just, followed by Sean M., and then Josie M.
And we have a request from council members that we may need a restroom break, a short recess, and council members don't want to miss the comments. So I think after these next couple speakers, we'll be about halfway, and we can take a very short and efficient recess. Go ahead.
Great, thank you, council members. I live 3 blocks away. All of these events have occurred in the last 12 months. At 410 Georgia, I was attacked by a homeless person's son who has lived at that location for 3 years. At 612 Marin, a homeless gentleman with a husky threatened to stab me in October, threatened to release his dog on me in November, and I heard from a friend did release his dog on one of my neighbors a few days ago. I called animal control and was told that nothing could be done. He now lives across from the library. At the laundromat down the street, a homeless guy confronted one of my neighbors with a knife, was arrested, released the following day, and also lives across the street from the library. In August in Java Jacks, a homeless person sat at the front entrance and threatened people until another homeless person arrived with a steel pipe and hit him until he went away. At 612 Marin, again, a lady with 3 pit bulls threatened to release them on me. Thankfully, it's no longer an issue because 612 Marin burnt to the ground even after I recommended to the fire department to inspect the facility because it was so full of debris. Okay. The Housing Authority Park in January, a homeless person attacked me and my dog, and he was removed, thankfully, by one of your programs. That person has returned. They are there now, and they are on my way from here to my walk home. Okay? At the City Hall steps, just outside this door, during the press conference that was held recently in February regarding the homeless encampment stay, a homeless person attempted to assault me on 2 separate occasions. That person still resides under the awning on the City Hall side of the library. Okay? And now I come to find out, homeless count of 252 chronic homeless people, you're spending $360,000 per year. That's about $1,400 per homeless person, for long-term unhoused homeless person. That's just slightly more than my HOA pays for trash cleanup for our residents. So what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing, besides being assaulted continuously every time I step out this door, is that if you're only spending $360,000 and you have 1 person managing this program, you don't appear to be taking this very seriously. And I don't feel safe between here and the 3 blocks from my home and IMAX law enforcement.
Time.
Thank you.
So we'll hear Sean M. and Josie M.
Esteemed Mayor, Council, I'm Sean. I'm here because I'm here as an unhoused advocate, which is something I began because of someone close to me who used to be homeless, and it's something I continued because no one should ever have to be homeless in one of the richest societies in human history. Between 2021 and today, I've spent hundreds of hours in unhoused outreach, not nearly as much as some of the outreach leaders who brought us here tonight. I'm not saying that, but enough. Enough to see the sweeps firsthand. Enough to see people lied to by city staff and police. Enough to see property destroyed indiscriminately, people sent back over and over and over in their material progress, and now to see along with all of us what happened to James Oakley. The anti-homeless, the social Darwinists, have used and will use every dehumanizing phrase they can think of. They like to talk about fires, trash, crime, addiction. But it is Vallejo that has been addicted to violence. It is Vallejo that has been addicted to sweeps. And now a choice is before us whether to allow Vallejo to become addicted to killing, not just killing slowly and indirectly, as we know has been long happening when police and city staff displace people and destroy all that they own again and again. But a choice about the normalization of imminent and lethal state-created danger. Vallejo has a violence addiction to break. So it pleases me to come and address a council that is worth addressing. I'm grateful for this special meeting being called, but I urge you not to let this window of opportunity pass. Now is the moment to do three things. Please listen to the Vallejo Homeless Union, our neighbors whose lives are on the line, who are being gaslit tonight. To reconvene for a bold resolution, stop the sweeps, create safe camping zones in the short term, sure, but don't neglect putting the wheels in motion for real housing and not unhoused internment. Bring safety and stability to unhoused and housed alike. And three, stop the unelected, unaccountable, and undemocratic forces within these walls telling you falsely that compassionate measures like stopping the sweeps or like a safe zone are a liability, when we've seen right here in the Bay evidence to the contrary. I'm not naming names. We know who the violence addicts are. We need your help, our elected officials, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our final speaker before the recess is Josie M.
Hello. I've become good friends with some of my unhoused neighbors, and I've tried to help them however I can. However, I'm just one person. I've bore witness to the impossible trials they face. They live like refugees, fleeing one sweep, trying to anticipate the next, trying to get some foothold long enough to prepare for the next move in life, but it never comes. There is no meaningful, realistic assistance available to them. My friends and I have been present for sweeps and have almost killed people. There was one time when a friend threw himself between an advancing bulldozer and a tent, saying, "Stop, stop, there's still someone in there." It turned out there wasn't a person in there, but there was a litter of puppies, which would have been really easy to hear had the worker gone over and just checked. So, and now here we are. The very thing I was always so afraid would happen has happened. We failed James Oakley. I worry for my friends in tents every day for this very thing happening. And are we really supposed to believe that those workers made a good faith effort to check that tent? You know, how can we believe that after what we've seen? And I really hope that you all can believe how everyone here starts to think and see and interpret this as deliberate extermination, to feel that it's violent. I'm speaking here tonight because I believe that this particular city council and mayor are open to hearing the truth of what's happening and perhaps more open to thinking outside the box. Past councils have thrown up their hands and said about so many issues, it's out of our hands, it's not within our power, and we're demanding that you get creative. Figure out what you can apply pressure, that's why we hired you. If you can't see a way through, turn to others, get help, get legal counsel, be humble, ask us. You have lots of people here offering help. We all pay for these sweeps. The man who operated the backhoe was paid, and the person who ordered him to advance was paid, and we need to find a way to divert those funds from sweeps to services. And you are our leadership, and you set the tone for the morality and the attitude of those who work for you. We need you to stick your neck out for us and have a backbone, and maybe I'm asking you to pass a resolution to stop the sweeps and to publicly declare that you oppose this violence, to say it very loud and clear so we know who our allies are. I want you to stay in touch with your humanity and your morality and demand to prioritize meaningful, dignified services to people. Everyone deserves safe shelter. Everyone. It's not in my or anyone here's role to pass judgment on who should live or die. Vallejo's on the map for a lot of really bad things, and I'd like you to put us on the map for being a humane place that prioritizes human life for once. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna try for a 5-minute recess. It may take a little bit longer. We got to get everybody through the restroom that needs to get through. And just please keep an ear out when I try to call us back together so we can be prompt. All right, I'm going to ask everybody to make their way back to our seats so that we can continue. If everyone can migrate back, please.
Okay, our next three speakers, Jennifer S., followed by Patricia Hunter, and then Ann Carr, please.
And Jennifer, feel free to go ahead and lower that thing, but we'll wait for everybody to get back in their seats until, yeah. Yeah. We're waiting just on Manny, but we're ready, which is good. And we're missing one council member, so.
Manny's got to turn on the speaker.
Yeah. I can turn it on.
Oh, you can turn it on from there? Oh. It's not on. It's not on.
Try now. Try now. Is it on?
It's
Try
not on
now.
and it's not recording, broadcasting
Oh,
to the public.
never mind. All right.
1 minute, guys, please.
I was trying from here. All right, let us know when we're ready. All right, go ahead.
Hi, I thank you, all the city leaders, city manager, for giving us this space to be heard. It's really important, and I just love the way the new management and city council is operating. It's inspirational. So to the subject, I know that people are calling for an end for encampment clearings, but that's not the answer. Because as neighboring cities and counties continue clearing their encampments, Vallejo will quickly become the go-to destination. And this won't happen within months. This will happen within days and weeks, and we simply cannot handle that. I don't have the answers, but perhaps we need to strengthen our resources that we already have, build better partnerships with neighboring cities, counties, shelters, and nonprofits to create a more effective regional collaboration. Vallejo is struggling financially, and we need stable, ongoing revenue to support people in need. We have to do this through property tax, sales tax, and other revenue. So that means we have to make the city a place where people want to live, work, and support local businesses. Just ask residents who have lived next to encampments. We know firsthand. It's not just about being an eyesore. It's about the additional serious consequences of the surrounding area. It sends a message that no one is watching, which invites dumping and criminal activity. Last year, this time, we dealt with ongoing petty theft, aggression, and threats, squatter attempts, and over 18 fires linked to the surrounding encampments. And that's just in a few months. But when encampments are cleared, things begin to shift. For example, in the areas like River Park, there are more people walking, biking, parents are out with their kids. This shift creates a safer, calmer environment, and the community is coming out again and thriving, which boosts the local economy. This, in turn, will help generate the future funds needed to provide services for those in need. We have to make decisions that will create a more stable future for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Patricia Hunter, followed by Ann Carr, and then Nathan Stout.
Good evening. I'm Patricia Hunter, president of the NACP Vallejo Branch 1081. Our youth were here this evening, and a few of them had to leave. When you all were running for office and were at Vallejo High School, the youth asked questions. 50% or 55% of those questions were in regards to the unhoused we call homeless. So at this time, our youth director, Michelle, is going to read the letter that you all received. With me tonight with the NACP is First Vice President Tony. On our subcommittee, we have our BWAPA President, Ms. Latresa Wilson-Alford. our chair, Monica Nguyen, who's, this is her first city council meeting here in Vallejo, and then also you all know our resident, Leat. So we feel very strongly about this, and I hope that the audience will listen to what the NAACP has to say in regards to this matter. And I thank you for your time this afternoon, Mr. Murray.
And I'll go ahead and say, go ahead and finish the whole letter even the time runs out because there are 6 of you. I think that's only fair.
All right, thank you so much, Madam President. And my name is Michelle Davis, Youth Chair for NAACP Branch 1081. My son is Masai, who holds yearly toy drives for our kids in need in our community. So definitely this does come to heart when I read it. So if I do jerk, it's because it does mean something, especially for our youth here in our city. So it is, again, that time that we write on behalf of concerned citizens of Vallejo, compelled by the urgent and escalating crisis of homelessness that has gripped our city. The fact that anyone in our community is unhoused is not merely a housing issue, it is a profound city issue that speaks to our values, our responsibilities, and our humanity. This is not just a statistic. This is a growing epidemic that deserves immediate and comprehensive attention. The questions on our minds are pressing. What concrete plans does the city have to address the rapidly increasing rates of homelessness? More importantly, what commitment is our community prepared and ready to make in order to address this crisis in real time? It is imperative that we do not wait for our solutions to be handed down from above. We must actively engage, collaborate to forge pathways to stability and dignity for those most vulnerable residents. We must particularly consider the plight of our youth and our children who are unhoused. These children, some of who attend our schools, are forced to navigate life without a safe place to sleep. So sad, but so true. This is an unacceptable reality in Vallejo. What initiatives are in place to provide safe havens or city hubs for unhoused parents and children? What? How are we explicitly addressing the needs of these families who are caught in a cycle of poverty and instability? We have so many unanswered questions, and we have so many individuals depending on us for the answers. The NAACP is prepared to roll up our sleeves and engage in hard work necessary to confront this systematic issue head-on. We understand that the homelessness is intertwined with food insecurity, particularly affecting our Black and brown communities. If you haven't noticed, these communities make up a significant portion of Vallejo, and it is our duty to ensure their voices are heard and their needs are met. We call upon the Vallejo City Council to prioritize this issue and work collaboratively with our community and our organizations, local leaders, and residents to develop and implement a sustainable solution. We need to see commitment to transparency, accountability, and action in addressing our homelessness crisis. This is a call to action, a demand for coordinated and compassionate response that demonstrates our values as a community. Let us not shy away from work that lies ahead. The time for action is now. We are ready to stand alongside you and engage with our neighbors, working tirelessly to create a Vallejo where everyone has a roof over their head, food is on their table, and hope for a better tomorrow, today. Thank you for your attention to this urgent matter. We look forward to your response and hearing about the plans the city prepares to undertake. Humbly submitted, Madam Patricia Hunter and Branch.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ann Carr, followed by Nathan Stout, and then Linda Mann Stout.
This is the best part of the whole thing of being able to move the dais up and down. My name's Ann Carr. I'm a Vallejo native, born and raised in Vallejo, went through Vallejo Public Schools, left after high school for college and career, and I came back 15 years ago. I mention that, and it's significant because in the entire time I've been back, and by the way, back in my home neighborhood of Vallejo Heights, there have been encampments surrounding Vallejo Heights, River Park, Kmart, Sacramento Street, White Slough. There was the Badge and Pass building, the train tracks, and then that funky water building at the end of Sacramento Street, whatever that is. I estimate that 80 to 85% of the largest encampments in the city have been located in District 4, which is where I'm based. James Oakley's death is a terrible tragedy. It's heartbreaking. We will never know why he hid himself in a pile of debris, nor why he was insensate and unresponsive. I expect the city is already changing their processes for clearing illegal dump sites following this tragic accident. Relative to the encampments of the unhoused, I have these requests and comments. Number one, please continue to clean up the encampments. It has made a big difference in terms of the blight and lawlessness that they impose on nearby residents and businesses. Number two, please give extra care to clearing the encampments around our civic center and major arteries, for example, City Hall, the library, the ferry building, and major gateways into the city. If we want to attract new business, new residents, and tourists, we need to keep our gateways clean. Number three, public assets and public spaces should be available, clean and safe, for all 123,000 Vallejo residents, not just, I had counted 727 who are unhoused. Otherwise, you're letting public assets be used for private purposes. Number four, please stop concentrating the unhoused and lowest income residents into District 4. Although there are a few tents and RVs sprinkled around the city, District 4 has had the bulk of the largest encampments. It's a scale and intensity beyond what other areas experience, except for the RV camps in District 6. It's too heavy a burden for too long, and it's unfair. Number five, the navigation center obviously needs to open. It has taken too long. We also need park and sleep. Number six, the encampment at White Slough is a complete disaster on any metric you want to measure it by, and it needed to be cleared several years ago. Number seven, as an impoverished city, we unfortunately do not have the resources to house all the homeless, and waiting for Santa Claus to bring money is not a realistic option. We need to push for county and state resources.
Thank you.
Nathan Stout, followed by Linda Mann Stout, and then Jared Bundy.
I think the Stouts may have had to leave due to the hour.
So is Jared Bundy here? Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that.
Council members, I'm here as a citizen of Vallejo tonight and a homeowner. I guess I don't want to go too deep and call out some of the inadequacies, but I do urge the city to form a plan before moving forward. Any action without a plan is misguided at best. I will say I have 15 years experience providing healthcare services to people experiencing homelessness, much of that directly in encampments. So I've been out there. Homelessness is a symptom. It's not a root cause. And with Newsom's executive order after the Grants Pass ruling, it calls for cleanups. It also calls for services, right? As a municipality, we can't cherry pick which parts of the executive order we choose to enforce. The other thing I'll say is that Solano County Family Health Services receives healthcare for the homeless money from the federal government. I don't hear them mentioned in any of the presentations, and I don't think anybody has had communication with them. And they have not done outreach in Vallejo since before the pandemic, right? So they are our county partner, and they are missing. And I keep hearing about money. In the presentation, I heard about NSP funds, the Neighborhood Stabilization Program. Are any of you council members familiar with that? That was funding that came to the city in 2014 that the city has not spent yet. Right? We cry poverty, and we haven't spent the money that we got 10 years ago. That's all I've got.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Next is JJ, followed by Francie McInerney McMillan, and then Jose Corzales.
Who was the, oh, this is him.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Dion Carter, and I am a clergy person, and I'm also the part-time executive director of Vallejo Together. I stand in solidarity with our neighbors without shelter. It's a diverse community with diverse experiences. This is a complex issue. It's going to it calls for a complex solution. The mission of Vallejo Together is to enhance the living conditions of our neighbors without shelter. And for over 2 decades, Vallejo Together has served as a clearinghouse and a hub for boots on the ground work, like providing the tents, the sleeping bags that are being swept, with also providing meals, mobile mail service, clothing, basic needs items, and our volunteers do it from their hearts. We also provide transportation. If they open a extreme weather shelter or any type of shelter, how are people going to get back and forth? So we try to fill in the gaps. One thing that I like to say, and I won't keep too long because I got to leave some time for our board president, but I'll just say $27 million for the Broadway Street project. I mean, I'm flabbergasted about that. Like, how was this allowed? I mean, we could have purchased a couple of hotels, right, just to open up shelters because we don't have one here. It keeps coming up in our homeless roundtable that we facilitate. Unlike Vacaville or Fairfield that has their own homeless roundtable that they run, Vallejo Together is responsible for doing that. And when people come to the roundtable, they present their issues at the roundtable. And so everyone just kind of keeps presenting their issues. I also wanted to say that how many of our neighbors without shelter, especially the BIPOC community that was mentioned by the NAACP, how many of them will actually have access to the Broadway Street project? Why couldn't a portion of that money be allowed for those hotels? I encourage you to model best practices from other cities like San Diego and Sacramento, to seek and apply for funding, and to hire qualified staff that understand the complexities of homelessness as a public health issue, that has the skills to write grants, to seek funding, to plug into regional efforts that would improve the conditions for our neighbors without shelter here. The last thing I like to say is, if you would please consider identifying a piece of property in which subcontractors or organizations can come together, but we need to have the funding to sustain it. And so I'm just encouraging you all to look at those best practices. I'm here for solutions, not to keep talking about the problem. It's been 4 years that I've been in this position, and we've been going around in a hamster wheel. So, and I know this is happening way before I came to Vallejo Together. So I just want to commend you all. Thank you. Oh, I used up all our time.
Thank you.
Francie, followed by
Francie,
Jose
yeah.
Carrizales, and then Latrissa Wilson Elford.
Okay, good evening. I'm Francie McInerney McMillan. My last 20 years of teaching were at St. Patrick, St. Vincent High School, and my family owns a liquor store on Springs Road. Okay. We remember a couple weeks ago. Anyway, I'm a believer in dualistic thinking. It's not yes and no or yes and no. It's yes and. Both sides here are absolutely 100% correct in most of what they're saying, in my humble opinion. okay? It's kind of like with the liquor store a few weeks ago. It's very similar, actually. I am going to cut to the chase and then share my time with our board director here, our president of our board. Number one, I see $175,000 allotted for a consultant. If you wouldn't mind me giving you a little consult here, I think it would be really good use of that money to have a person who's already on staff, have a team of us who, like myself, I've been out on the streets of Vallejo for 10 years, 8 years full-time, 2 years I was still a teacher at St. Pat's. And I had my students doing community service out here. So that's one. Part two, I'm re-saying or echoing the Berkeley Homeless Union man who talked, and Carr who talked, and Dion. A couple of solutions with a little history. 6 or 7 years ago, Judy Shepard Hall, who I used to meet with every month, the staff put before City Council 8 different pieces of land to have a safe park on, to have a safe camping on, and all 8 were voted down by the City Council. And that was from staff. So, again, as Dion just said, we need land for some outdoor living, land for safe parking, and land for some tiny homes and containers, container homes that I'm putting together a group of people who might want to fund that. So it's land, land, land. I was told a few years ago by a city attorney and the interim city manager, Francie, you find it, we'll get you the money for it. I said, how can I find it when staff's 8 different pieces of land were turned down? Oh, Jackie, I didn't give you the time. Oh my gosh, I'm terrible. I thought I would only take a minute. Anyway, I'm also very hopeful in this council. You treated my family beautifully a couple of weeks ago, and I lost. But you did everything right. So thank you. Do things right again.
We're gonna give Jackie his own 3 minutes.
We just made an executive decision.
Go ahead, Jackie, you can give your 3 minutes.
I'm going to make this real quick. I had a neighbor that cleaned like a 2-block radius almost weekly for about a year. I had a neighbor that when I parked my boat and boat trailer in front of his space and I came back looking for it because it was gone and he didn't realize it was mine, he said, "Why did you park it in front of my space and not tell me?" And we laughed about it because people know in the neighborhood I'm funny about anybody parking in front of my house or parking their car in front of my house. And so my neighbor said, "Why didn't you park it in your own driveway?" Well, I was in a hurry that day and didn't feel like stopping traffic to back it up. But the point is, I had a neighbor that looked out for me. I had a neighbor that cleaned up the streets. My neighbor was James Oakley.
Thank you. Jose Carzales, followed by Latrissa Wilson Elford, and then Liat Mitzner. I'm sorry, Mietzenheimer.
Jose Carizales. Proud to be here. I have a visitor here. I'm so proud of that. Homeless individuals unable to afford adequate housing are persons who are most in need of constitutional protections. Just a little bit of warming center that was just recently opened. Only one person was there Wednesday night. I know I was there. No heat was on. That was kind of failed to mention that. Personal items mentioned was personal items are stored. In the 5 years that I have been doing this with my phone, I have pictures. No items are stored. By the way, they didn't show you a picture of what the box car looks like, or they didn't give you the guidelines or the procedure they used that my unsheltered friends are allegedly used to store their items. So credibility is very, very important in this issue. So I would judge your credibility on that. HUD determined A mention was made of, oh, it's a bad thing to do it at night at 6 o'clock in the morning to do the pit count. HUD determined that if someone is outside at cold at the arguably the coldest month of the year, one night a year, more than likely this person is unsheltered. So that's part of the thinking, the philosophy. You could be negative about it. Oh man, I got to get up early. I got to waste my time. It's too early. Why can't we do it on a day that it's my day off? Or the volunteers speaking. But one day a year, volunteers have to make that sacrifice. My unsheltered friends live in that condition 365 days a year. So to make one day a sacrifice shouldn't be that difficult. My speech is all messed up because of all these comments that were made. I'll just end with this. Des Moines study of 152 people with lived experience. The last question on that survey was, if you could speak with someone in charge, someone who could really change things, what would you tell them? The overwhelming, the most number one answer was to show empathy. This is 152 people with lived experience. What was the second best answer? Very, very, very simply. 2 words. Help us. I would hope the citizens of Vallejo are looking to you guys, I'm sorry, no disrespect, to look into this new city council to lead. Whether it's this issue, whether it's other issues, but this issue especially. And it's going to take great leadership to make tough, tough decisions. And I know you guys can do it. I know you can. Thank you. My condolences to James Oakley and their family. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Latricia Wilson Olfed, Liette Meitzenheimer, sorry for mispronouncing that, and Robert Brecky.
Good evening, City Council, Madam Mayor, and executive staff. My name is Latricia Wilson Alford. I'm the president of Black Women Organized for Political Action and also a member of the Vallejo branch NAACP. I have with me 2 of our members, Patricia Hunter, as you met before. She is our administrative secretary and president of the Vallejo branch NAACP. And you also met my sister Jackie, who is Vallejo's Woman of the Year for our chapter and also an advocate for homeless. I'm speaking on behalf of AWAPA, but I'm going to give you a personal story. Henry is his name. He's my neighbor. He lives on the corner of my street, which is Ventura, and the cross street is Tennessee. You may have seen him, or maybe not. He's a senior, he's poor, he's black, he's invisible, he's homeless. So one day, my daughter came out the house. He's been living there for about a year or so. And she walked down the street and she didn't see him. And she came home, she said, "Mom, I don't know what's wrong, Henry's not there." About a week or 2 ago, he reappeared. My daughter asked him, "Henry, where did you go?" He said he went to a shelter, but he didn't like it because they treated him really bad. So the other day was raining, and Henry laid on the ground with a piece of plastic over him. Now, as we've been talking tonight, the U.S. Supreme Court in City of Grants Pass versus Johnson ruled that cities can enforce sweeps on houseless people who are in public places, even if there's no shelter. We aren't that city. I hope not. Because I've seen other cities just sweep people away like Henry. So if Henry is swept away, where does he go? Does he go to someone else's neighborhood where no one cares about Henry? At least we'd come out the house and we talk to him and give him food. But we got to do something because we can't continue to allow this to happen. There's a number of organizations such as Vallejo Together, my church, Friendship Baptist. I saw Bishop Harris back there, and there's the other churches. Kyle's Temple provide food for the unhoused, just for the hungry, actually. Well, we need to come up with a solution and bring them in to have them help as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Liat Meitzenheimer, followed by Robert Brecky, and then Chris Kelly.
Good evening. Here with another hat. This time around, as you all may know, I work with Vallejo Housing Justice Coalition. And so I think the biggest issue tonight is to hear our communities pitted against each other. And it didn't happen by chance. This happens by design when you don't address the issue and that you keep putting on Band-Aids that don't work. It's not about how many homeless people live in whose district. It's not about who suffers the most crime. All of us are having to feel the consequences of the things that happen in our community. Where I live, I may not have as many as District 4, but I have to come to District 4 every day. And so I still get impacted. So it's not about who's suffering the most, but about how do we get to the table and talk about solutions. One of the solutions is, let's not put any more people on the street. Let's start getting serious about affordable housing. Let's get serious about building more spaces for people to live so they don't have to be swept. These are not tree trunks on the street. These are human beings. They deserve to have dignity too, regardless to where their station in life is now, because they're our neighbors. They're our sisters and brothers. They're our parents. They're our children. And so we have to try to find a way that we could talk to each other without making people be the victim or the bad person. Right now, it's a war on people who are poor, and it's not fair because there's no solutions for those people. People are not homeless because they just think that it's going to be a great adventure, and let's just give up our house now and go get rid of all of our property and go live in a tent in the middle of the rainstorm. Have people throw stuff at us and talk to us bad and look down to us and not speak to us and recognize that we're even sitting here, that we're even alive and breathing. So we need to come together and we need to work as a community to figure out what those solutions are. We look at how many hundreds of thousands of dollars we spend every single year on these sweeps. They don't work, they come back. So why we're not spending this money to look for property to put in our tent cities, to put in our parking structures so that people can stay there. Then you don't have as many cleanups because there will be regular trash pickups. There will be facilities there for them to use. They don't have to bring things to build shelters because they already have a shelter. So the money could be saved. So I'm hoping that when you have these consultants come in, they look at the fact of how much money that we've used and wasted in the past, and that we use that for the betterment of putting these people into a safe place where they don't have to be treated like a tree stump or a bag of dirt that needs to be removed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Brecky, followed by Chris Kelly, and then Darren Rogers.
Council, Mayor, City Manager. I mean, the death of James Oakley is absolutely tragic and inexcusable. The lack of communication between county and city, there should have been checks and balances that eliminated that tragedy. At the same time that we all have to respect humanity at its finest, we need to also address that this city cannot be the bastion for all of the world's problems. And we have to not, we don't close roads because there are accidents and people are killed. The sweeps that have happened have brought a little glimmer of light to people in neighborhoods that were no longer able to walk in their own neighborhoods. As an example, my wife and daughter that witnessed people living in cars, people exchanging drugs, people hiding drugs in trees along the park of the waterfront. And the other is that it's an intolerable situation for the people that live in those encampments. The sanitation problems, the ecological situation there. And it's unsafe for them as well. And we have to address these things in terms of holistic things. That it's not being just to have those encampments. It's not a tolerable situation for them either. It's we have to reach some other methods and processes, and we have to think about more creatively, whether it's just a small experiments, if you will. We have to find ways of experimenting with finding a holistic approach to homelessness, but most importantly, mental health, drug issues, and holistic approach. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our final three in-house speakers, Chris Kelly, Darren Rogers, and then Diana Lang.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. We stand here tonight not as a community divided, but as a community showing up in many different ways. Many of us have different thoughts and opinions. Many of us have passions near and dear to our hearts that will not allow us to stand in silence when change is necessary to protect our greatest asset, which is human life. Not only the lives of the financially, mentally, and physically secure, but the lives of those that the less compassionate argue are for the taking, people lacking even a basic safety net. Compassion for individuals who are unhoused is often hindered by many conflicts, the internal and external ones, societal attitudes, bias, and even ignorance, as well as misconceptions that place the blame solely on the person who's homeless, beliefs that drugs, bad choices, being lazy, and even wanting to live on the streets by choice are the main reasons for someone not having a residence to call home. And realistically, all those things can be a factor. However, that is not the majority of reasons for homelessness in California. Some people feel angry because they endured tough times and somehow overcame the hardships they faced, resulting in a positive outcome. They say things like they made good choices, they pulled themselves up by the bootstraps, they worked harder. But actually, compared to others, they had good choices. They had boots on their feet to pull the bootstraps and lift themselves up. They had the option to work harder because they had access to gainful employment. Many people who are homeless actually work full-time. Some are disabled and have a fixed income that does not even cover 25% of the fair market rental rates in a city. Homelessness is not defined by hopelessness. Many unhoused individuals are filled with hope, renewed as a prayer every night. As a mother of a child with a disability, a parent's worst fear for their child with a disability and no generational wealth is that human being sleeping on the ground, cold, hungry, alone, and in danger, and their crime is homelessness. When I die, who will care? I want to live in quiet and peaceful enjoyment in my residence, but I am not lacking compassion. I think focusing on solutions, at a minimum, We're going to need space dedicated. That's been said a couple of times already tonight with access. People have access to water, sewage, trash services, just as a bare minimum. We have to be the example. And if liability is the issue, there is such a thing called waivers. That should not stop us from being able to help people and set up something that's going to help the people living who want to be, enjoy their homes, just like I do.
Time.
But also, I don't want to, have people killed because we're doing sweeps and we're not ready for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Darren Rogers, followed by Diana Lang.
I will start off by saying this. I am watching you and I am listening. Last year, I can't recall the date, by the way. I am one of the officers of the Vallejo Homeless Union. Last year, we had a sit down with Mr. Murray, and Natalie was in attendance as well. My whole thing was this. I understood, and the notes were taken at this meeting. You probably still have them. My whole thing was this. I understood the pressures from the top down, if you recall me saying this, okay? I also said that, hey, all you have to do, and all we're asking as a union, with the sweeps that you were doing at the time, was to, hey, pump your brakes, wait, stop, hold it. Let us, the homeless, figure this out because we can. But the sweeps continued. Here we are today with this now. But to be frank about this, I knew this was coming. I knew this was coming in 1999. Various boards have sat at this dais. Most of them threw their hands up and figured out that, hey, there's nothing we can do about this. Why should we do anything about this? This is not a real problem. The numbers don't lie. What was the numbers that they had? Their point in time count today even is wrong. You want to get a correct point in time count? Get the homeless to do it. That's where your correct count number comes in at. I'm asking you still, again, with all understanding, pump your brakes on your sweeps. Don't be jovial about it. This is no joke. Leave the pitchfork at home. People are dying. People are freezing. Do this right. Please, for God's sake, do this right. Or get the hell out of here.
Thank you.
Our last in-house speaker is Diana Lang.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I've been seeing you a lot today. My name is Deanna Lang. I've been here 24 years, and I'm a realtor. I first want to say that I'm really impressed with actually how this meeting happened, that you chose to do this as a special meeting, and the speakers who are so impassioned and intelligent and deeply articulate. The point I wanted to make is economic development, right? Because I get to present the Vallejo to people who want to move here. And we get to see what's right outside. And that takes away from our economic development because companies don't want to site themselves here. We don't get the robust tax base that could, believe it or not, fund these programs that we really need. So I wanted to just make that point. Other points were made beautifully. I do live in District 5. The waterfront park cleanup has made a huge difference. I just got to say, it really has given us some room to breathe because we felt like it was a siege. So I hit tax base, 174 for a consultant. I don't think we have to reinvent the wheel. I think that there are communities that are more successful at this. But what it's really going to take, it's going to take money. We need to have more participation at the state and county level. What does that mean? That means services, but that means some of these other alternatives, like we're talking safe camping and all of that. But lastly, I am concerned because apparently this has been asked many times of Ms. Hain. Where did the neighborhood stabilization funds go? We're talking almost $3 million. 11 years ago, HUD gave this money to us. Where did it go? Let's look at those funds that have been cited tonight by intelligent people who have done their research. Millions of dollars that we could use right here, right now for these things. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And then before we pivot to online, we have a representative from Supervisor Cassandra James' office who is going to share a note from their office in person as well.
Good evening. My name is Tony Stewart, representing Supervisor James this time, not the NACP. And she has a statement that she wants me to read, so I will read that to you all. So, thank you for the opportunity to speak for you tonight regarding housing. Before I begin, I want to take a moment to acknowledge and commend the tremendous work this council has undertaken over the last 2.5 months. Balancing your roles as public servants while working full-time jobs is no small task. And I personally appreciate the time, effort, and dedication you bring to the people of Vallejo. I want to reaffirm the partnership between my office and this council and our shared constituents as we work towards solutions that serve the entire community. As you know, there are multiple efforts happening simultaneously, and I'd like to highlight one that was recently brought to my attention. There is currently an opportunity for a motel conversion through Enough Housing, an organization with a successful track record in Alameda and San Francisco counties. Funding is available through HomeKey Plus, yet I've been informed that Enough Housing was told by city staff they wouldn't be able to schedule a meeting until the application deadline has passed. We cannot afford to miss these kind of opportunities. When we talk about addressing homelessness and the critical permanent supportive housing, it's important to acknowledge both the chances we've seized and those we've missed. With $27 million allocated previously, we had the potential to create 150 units of housing. In the end, we delivered only 47. As we move forward, we must be more strategic, more equitable, and more intentional in how we leverage resources to maximize impact. My office has partnered with Ending Poverty in California, who is assisting us in facilitating conversations about the economic disparities that deeply affect our region. Solano County remains the last affordable county in the Bay Area, whether you're renting or buying a home. We have a unique opportunity and responsibility to ensure that affordability does not come at the expense of equity and access. In the coming months, I will co-host a housing symposium, bringing together developers, tenants' rights advocates, elected officials, community organizers, and others to discuss affordable housing solutions in our city. Once the details are finalized, I will invite each of you to participate in this vital conversation. Additionally, I have recently engaged with Touro University and Meals on Wheels, both of which have shown interest in collaborating with the city of Vallejo on housing and homeless initiatives. Touro is providing street medical services and has expressed a willingness to support operations at the extreme weather shelters. Meals on Wheels, which currently delivers meals to seniors in our community, has also offered to provide meals for residents once the navigation center opens. These partnerships exemplify the type of community collaborations that can strengthen and sustain our efforts. I strongly encourage this council to consider establishing a housing task force made up of diverse stakeholders from across Vallejo. This task force would guarantee broad community engagement and provide consistent, transparent updates from staff to the public. We need an inclusive, comprehensive strategy that leaves no one behind. Lastly, I want to emphasize that North Vallejo has disproportionately shouldered the burden of housing and homeless programs. As we continue to develop long-term solutions, this responsibility must be shared equitably across the city. We cannot continue to concentrate poverty and services in one area, especially in communities where there's already high concentration of children and families with high needs. Every neighborhood has a role to play in building a more balanced, compassionate, and sustainable approach to housing and supportive services. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, how many online speakers do we have?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 5 speakers as of now.
All right, let's go ahead and call them.
Paul T., please unmute yourself and go ahead.
My name is Reverend Paul Tice, and I live at 151 Hill Drive. I ask for the city to change its direction on homelessness by collaborating with the Homeless Union on short-term solutions and by immediately implementing longer-term solutions with renter protections and an inclusionary zoning ordinance. This month, I joined with my neighborhood association to clean up a burned, abandoned campsite on parkland near my house. Every week, I see encampments with raw sewage flowing into the bay. Not mentioned in tonight's staff report was the fact that a homeless man was crushed to death on Christmas Eve during a cleanup, and a homeless woman won a landmark federal case against the city for denying her rights as a citizen. We need an immediate change away from leaf blower sweeps where the cruelty seems to be the point. Many other cities across the country have implemented a housing first policy, which has gotten results. By way of contrast, Vallejo has permitted almost no affordable housing in the last 20 years. Solano County figures show that almost 20% of our households are paying 50% or more of their income for shelter. Meanwhile, renters are being forced out onto the street by skyrocketing costs and a lack of legal protections. Landlords and upscale developers rake in millions from gentrifying the city with an artificially constricted housing supply. 2 key parts of the recently passed housing element need to be implemented as soon as possible: a robust package of renter protections and an inclusionary zoning ordinance, setting aside a percentage of affordable units in new development. We don't need long study periods or excuses about staff shortages. Our present city council was elected with a mandate for change. Here's an opportunity to get it done. Thanks for considering my views.
Great, thank you.
Next speaker, Mary J., please unmute yourself. Go ahead. Mary Jo, if you're still there, please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. First, I'd like to say James Oakley should still be alive today. Sweeps are an incredibly inhumane practice that accomplishes nothing but displacing people from one place to another, which is always the pattern with this city, which is just taking some problem and putting a Band-Aid over it or putting it in a different literal location. Y'all spent so much time this evening talking about a bridge, almost 2 hours. It's almost 11 or 15 o'clock. It's almost 11 o'clock at night. And we're still talking about this when we should have had those first 2 hours dedicated to what this meeting was even called into order for, which was to talk about the unhoused issue. And again, it takes the back burner always because it's an easy thing to do to put people who are outside on the back burner. You need to stop that pattern. And like you're continuing it even tonight. There are solutions people are presenting to you. I really hope you listen to them, especially people who have the most at stake, who are living outside right now. Permanent supportive housing is what people need. They need rent-free housing, and it can happen, and you need to implement more of these types of housing plans. People who are chronically unhoused have so many other issues that they need to address, and the only way they can do that is by having stable housing. That's why housing first is important and what you need to be focusing on. There are people in this room who know more than you, so don't be afraid to ask questions from people who are unhoused. They know the answers. I'm going to leave my time for the rest of the folks. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Zoom user. Go ahead.
I appreciate tonight's meeting, Mayor and Council leadership and leadership of Supervisor James and every speaker in the room this evening. This is a time for compassion and courage. My name is Melvin Cowan, a Vallejo resident, affordable housing developer, and principal of Enough Housing. The numbers speak for themselves. Vallejo's homelessness grew about 40% between 2022 and 2024. 46% of Solano County's unhoused population lives in Vallejo, and over 24% are seniors aging into homelessness. These are our neighbors, and many of whom have lived here for years before falling on hard times. At Enough Housing, we're advancing a 55-unit permanent supportive housing program that will offer mental health and substance use support, healthcare access, fresh food, life skills development, workforce development, and dignified housing, a rehabilitation resource within Solano County's continuum of care located in Vallejo, a place of belonging. Additionally, I have access to a 70-unit hotel and 1.28 acres of land that could serve as a RV safe parking program or a tiny home village to serve as interim housing. Could be safe interim housing for seniors. Our transitional housing is nearly full at 99% capacity. There are very few available spaces for individuals trying to move towards stable housing. And encampment removals are traumatic and a form of policy violence. We need more humane alternatives. The tragic death of James Oakley, a Vallejo resident killed by a backhoe during a cleanup, underscores the urgency of life-protecting protocols. So what procedures does the city have in place to ensure no one else is harmed during encampment actions? And beyond immediate response, we must scale permanent supportive housing. Vallejo has only 121 permanent supportive housing units, yet more than 680 people remain unhoused. How does the city plan to expand housing options, leverage project-based vouchers, and access new funding resources? To ensure sustainable progress, I urge the council to develop clear encampment protocols that prioritize safety and dignity, engage individuals with lived experience in shaping policies, ensure real housing alternatives before displacing people in compliance with Grants Pass versus Johnson. Additionally, the city's unhoused strategic plan must be community driven. While I support hiring a consultant, local housing developers, service providers, and residents must have a seat at the table, or this plan risks becoming just another policy document with no real impact. Finally, how is the city measuring success in our existing permanent supportive housing programs? For example, how many residents have transitioned into independent housing? What percentage maintain stable housing for more than 2 years? And how are we tracking employment, income, and health improvements? I believe Vallejo has the opportunity to lead with evidence-based solutions. Enough Housing is here as a partner with knowledge and experience to collaborate with community, CBOs, government, private, anyone who wants to help. I believe that we have the ability to house everyone in Vallejo, and let's just do it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Debbie T. Please unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Debbie Coe.
Yes, but there's an echo.
Sorry, I'm trying to do this on 2 devices. My apologies. My name is Debbie Coe.
It's still echoey. Is there another speaker on that you could turn off?
It doesn't allow me to mute or unmute on my computer, so I'm going to try hanging up.
I'm so sorry. We
Here.
cannot understand you because of the echo.
We'll
What
come-
if we
we'll-
call the next speaker and see if there's an option to switch your audio, and then we'll be sure to come back and call you.
Sounds good. Next speaker, Maria C. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with the Solano Unity Network, and I've been doing work in Solano County with unhoused folks for about 5 years now. I want to thank you for this time and opportunity to speak on this subject that I feel deeply passionate about. I want to say my condolences to James Edwards Oakley and how tragic that is for everyone, the community, and people who are out there doing the work. I know how much this affects people in Vallejo. So I want that energy to be put out there first. And I want to speak on, as far as the solution, that to me, the most obvious thing from my own lived experience is being out there in the community. I know so many people that spoke up tonight and who are out there doing the work every single day with unhoused people that I've just met in the streets. I don't get paid. I'm not part of any nonprofit. I just believe in community, and I believe this is the solution to finding out what to do, what's best for those that are experiencing this life right now, is listening to them, listening to people's unique experience, being continuously and consistently in the community all the time. You develop trust with the community, and you develop relationship with the community. If you're not a part of it in that way, and I've heard this spoken, they don't know who these people are who are calling out a bunch of numbers, and it frankly does not matter when it comes to when you're measuring a society. You want to measure it by how they treat their most vulnerable, and our most vulnerable in Vallejo are the unhoused folks. It's the most violent way that we can treat people in a society that's supposed to be so developed, and we have people living in the streets, and you have places like China who are shocked finding out that we have homeless people the way that we do. Our society is laughable, honestly, in the way that we discard people. And going through a pandemic, I barely saw a mask in the room. We barely care about taking care of each other, even in this setting. So we need to be putting community first and building. And I want to call out to the community of Vallejo. We can't trust government to do it for us. We have to do it ourselves. Let's come together and take care of each other. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, let's try Debbie again.
Debbie, if you can please unmute yourself.
But
Go
now.
ahead.
All right, try one more time.
Are we good?
Perfect.
We're good. Go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you so much.
Yay. Okay, thank you guys for trying again. So my name is Debbie Toth. I'm the president and CEO of Choice in Aging, a nonprofit organization. We provide mental health support, complex case management, and transitions out of skilled nursing facilities for adults with disabilities and frail elders. I want to first say I was there for a few hours tonight, and my heart is singing watching this council. To be more reflective of the city of Vallejo and the people of Solano County, and the respect and intelligence with which you're moving gives my soul hope. I want to say that I think we all know that the majority of unhoused folks are elders. They are Black and they are brown, and these are invisible populations and discardable populations to many people. We have over 181,000 unhoused people living in the state of California right now. I would like to point you to the UCSF Benioff study that was done in September, completed in September of 2024, because there is a lot of really rich resource in that can help guide this work. I want to echo many of the other comments that were made tonight related to how do we bring people who are unhoused to the table to have this conversation. You would not create a touch screen for somebody who's blind to wayfind on public transit if you try and create solutions for housing without people who are experiencing it. You're doing the exact same thing. So there is a way to bring together the nonprofits, the people who are unhoused, the people who are supporting them, and the faith-based communities, as well as the community members who feel impacted by homelessness. The vast majority of folks are living with substance use disorders. They're living with mental health, serious mental health issues. But the largest growing segment of the population that is unhoused are older adults, and they are the first population to not have either of those as the primary cause of homelessness. It is poverty. So I heard someone, Melvin, I think his name was, say he's got some property. I mean, I think there are solutions to be had, and the Reverend brought up housing first. That is an evidence-based model that says that we can address the substance use and the mental illness only after we house folks. So I am happy to say that Choice and Aging will be happy to be at the table and partner with you on solutions. And I thank you for your commitment to this work.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Final three speakers. I have Lori H, followed by Crystal G, and then Barry B. So Lori H, go ahead. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, Council. I want to thank you for the speedy response to the outcries that the community shared over the last week since learning of the death of James Oakley during the sweep. However, I do feel, and we've had lots of comments by community people, nonprofits, people with lived experience. And I do believe while this was a timely response, I do think there needs to be a larger space created for more dialogue around this conversation. On December 17th, there was a declaration made by the people proclaiming Vallejo to be a sanctuary city for the unhoused, demanding public land for public good, to give up any property and space that was available, to stop sweeps, to stop criminalizing homelessness. And just a few days later is when James Edward Oakley was killed. There's been lots of comments about people basically dehumanizing the unhoused, giving more priority of their comforts and what they see every day over the dignity and the human rights of the people that they're speaking of. I think more space and time is needed and dialogue is needed to center the voices of the people who are living this experience, the unhoused. This is not about comfort. This is not about you enjoying what you're looking around outside. This is about people's survival. There's nothing, I've heard a holistic approach. I'm sorry, I don't believe that there's a holistic approach when the most vulnerable are suffering to such a high degree. How could anybody care about blight when people are dying and exposed to elements? I speak from lived experience as a formerly unhoused person. You cannot create solutions around this issue without centering the people who are the most impacted by it. And those are the people who are unhoused. Unfortunately, the outreach that has happened in this community has been severely subpar. Much of the money that has been diverted to relieve this issue has been misappropriated, has been given to the wrong organizations that have been also killing people in their program.
Great, thank you.
Next speaker, Crystal G. Go ahead.
Yes. Good evening, community, council members, mayor. Thank you to all the previous speakers, particularly the folks speaking truth to power, Comrade Laura, who just spoke. My name is Cristal Gallegos. I'm speaking to you as a housing justice advocate and Vallejo resident, and with Vallejo Housing Justice Coalition to demand an immediate end to the violent and inhumane sweeps of our unhoused neighbors. The sweeps that led to the very preventable death of James Oakley. James was run over and killed. It's a reality. And yet tonight we're hearing from folks who are dismissing the gravity of what happened. And it's pretty appalling. Let's be clear. This was not an accident. This was state-sanctioned violence, and it's the direct result of policies that criminalize homelessness instead of providing real solutions from the experts that have the solutions. Sweeps don't help, we know that. They only increase suffering, trauma, and death. What's even more horrifying is some people seem more concerned tonight with the blight as Lori mentioned, and property values than with human lives. This conversation tonight about cleaning up the city exposes an ugly truth that some would really rather erase unhoused people from our site than to address the reasons they're unhoused in the first place. But James was not a blight. He was not trash. He was a human being. And folks want to start with, it's tragic, but no buts. The fact that his death is being treated as an afterthought while people complain about aesthetics is shameful. For years, unhoused people themselves have been organizing and demanding real solutions. The Vallejo Homeless Union and Port Magazine's collectives led by unhoused and formerly unhoused people have been clear. Solutions are there, and they're not criminalization displacement. These folks are the true experts in survival, and their leadership must be centered in every policy decision. The city must listen and act accordingly. Alongside our comrades, VHJC, we're working to pass strong and robust tenant protections that keep people in their homes and prevent displacement before it happens. But if this council is serious about addressing homelessness, it must first stop the violent sweeps and take direction from the people who know the solutions best. We demand an immediate resolution to stop all the sweeps and invest in real lasting solutions. James Oakley's death cannot be ignored, and the city has a choice. Continue this cycle of harm or finally prioritize some humanity over the cruelty that we're hearing even in this room tonight.
All right, thank you.
Last speaker, Barry B. Please unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Just want to thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Council. I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you guys tonight, but this is a great idea to have a special meeting around this topic. I know it says Barry B, but my name is DeAndre Richard, and I am the Program Director for Resource Connect Solano, which is the county's coordinated entry system, and also the chair of our Housing First Solano Continuum of Care, our COC. I want to congratulate you all on continuing on with the Broadway project and pushing through. Permanent supportive housing is awesome, and we've seen these programs work. Resource Connect Solano, we're the agency that will be referring individuals into those 47, 48 units. And we also plan to host some case conferencing next week to make sure we're referring the unhoused individuals in Vallejo to that project. Navigation Center is also was a great resource that was able to be open. I know Resource Connect, we have, I believe, 6 to 10 beds there, but I didn't know that it was even open until I just heard one of my co-chairs, Mr. Jose Carrizales, say that it was open now. So we weren't communicated that. Also want to thank you guys for appointing Dr. Letters-You and Councilman Palmares to the JPA. Those are two individuals who care about houselessness, and they're on that board advocating for change and solutions. In my role as the chair of the COC, I sit on a few committees. One of them is the Strategic Planning Committee. This committee gathers feedback from the community to hear what we should prioritize for federal funding, state funding. We have a listening session tomorrow virtually after our COC meeting. Supervisor James is on this committee, as well as folks in our Lived Experience Committee, Tripartite Advisory Board. And we believe that another listening session needed to happen and one in Vallejo. So I want to thank Ms. Natalie Peterson for making that happen. We're scheduled to host this listening session. I believe it's March 26th in the Vallejo room at 5:30. Also, lastly, I sit on the Encampment Resolution Committee as well. And I want to give my condolences to Mr. Oakley and his family. Encampments, that is something that that committee is something that we're trying to do to get ahead of the sweeps, to make sure we can provide resources, get folks connected, maybe provide referrals to emergency shelters. So that committee is for that. And I think a solution that I just want to recommend to this council is maybe thinking of opening something up like a safe ground. I know Sacramento has a safe ground, and that works for individuals to stay in the community. Case management services are there, and it's an area where folks can stay, be safe, and have that space. So I just wanted to share those, and thank you guys for the time.
Thank you. Is that all our speakers?
That'll do it, Madam Mayor.
All right. Through the mayor, if I may just make a correction, the listening session is March 24th. I just don't want anybody to misunderstand the date. Oh, wonderful. So Thank March you. That's 24th. Monday, right? Correct.
Okay.
5 p.m. in the Vallejo room, and the Navigation Center isn't opened yet. I think he was referring to the extreme weather centers that were open last week. So just a couple of clarifications so there's no misunderstanding. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. All right, March 24th, Vallejo room. I want to thank, we had
if not 40 speakers, they're either 39 or 40. I want to thank everyone that came in person and spoke and online and spoke. This was needed, and this is clearly we're not gonna get through all of this tonight, but this is the first step in a very important ongoing conversation. And given the hour and knowing how much discussion we have ahead of us, I have a couple of ideas. I think we are going to need to continue this conversation, clearly. And what I don't know is when, because I'm looking at the calendar and we're just running into the same issue we always run into, which is that we have a lot to do. We could adjourn and continue and think and all kind of think about what we want to see and come back with the continued item with public comment having been received and propose our solutions. We could go through really quick and each very quickly give requests of staff or questions. Again, we're pushing it in terms of trying to make major decisions very late at night, and I think our community deserves better from us in terms of, really thoughtful discussion and not trying to rush it. I would love to just hear quickly from my colleagues where we're leaning. Councilmember Palmares.
I think that's a good idea. I mean, I don't want us to rush into making any serious decisions at this late of an hour. I don't know if you just mentioned this, but I just want to emphasize that if we can, I'd like to, for all of us, to send our concerns or considerations or recommendations to the city manager or city manager's office, and they could synthesize it, and then they could actually get the ball rolling, versus we have to wait a couple weeks or whatever.
This is, I appreciate that. I agree. I think we need to find a mechanism to not just pause and wait. And
Yes.
that's a good idea. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
No, I was actually going to almost suggest the same thing, but I agree. I think we should write up our comments, send them in, let them be synthesized, and then continue the discussion. I think it's such a late hour that I don't know that we can be very productive tonight making decisions.
Councilmember Gordon.
I'd like to echo the same, but before I do, I would like to get permission through the chair for our staff to share their personal experience during this time that they have been going through before we let loose.
Could you elaborate a bit on what you're requesting?
That staff shares their experience from the beginning to the end of what they've been personally dealing with during their sweeps and whatnot. That was what I was going to ask prior to, but that won't take long, but we should hear from them.
I mean, if anyone has anything to share at this time, that's also something we could compile and bring back. If I don't want to.
Because we heard from public and we haven't heard from them.
We had the presentation at the beginning. I understand what you're asking. We did have the staff presentation. I don't know if the city manager has suggestions.
I was going to ask that, but you went into comment, so that's one reason why I was trying to follow your protocol.
I'll suggest, thank you for the suggestion, Councilmember Gordon. I'm happy to talk with the staff who are most closely involved with that and identify a mechanism to share some insights with the City Council. I don't think at this time people are prepared or given the late hours, but I'm happy to look for an opportunity.
That was kind of why I questioned, and I actually would love to come up with a mechanism. We have many city departments that touch this issue. We have our code enforcement, we have VFD, VPD, and, in addition to the city manager's office staff and public works. And I think we can maybe think about ways to get thoughtful input from the folks that are on the ground, and we can maybe follow up to figure out the best way to do that.
But
I like
but
that idea.
She was ready. She was ready for it, but I appreciate we can hear from everybody.
Let's come up with a holistic way to do that, I think, and get ideas from folks on the ground.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. What I'm hearing is that we would continue the item. We will send our thoughts to the city manager. That can be compiled and hopefully either synthesized, published, shared in some way out with the council and in a packet, and then we can continue the conversation. I dare I ask the earliest we can continue this conversation? Looking at the agenda, or looking at the calendar, I mean, next week is gonna already, the 25th, we are already really pushing it. April 1st is the first Tuesday we've not had a meeting this entire calendar year. April 8th. I don't know, City Manager, what is your thought?
We've recently instituted a new practice of the city staff, me and the city clerk, meeting with the mayor and vice mayor to work on some scheduling of agenda items. I'd suggest we look at it then.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, I think the next couple regular meetings are also pretty packed, so
I
my
know,
sense
and
is we might want to continue this to a special meeting, but a later one.
Councilmember Lettish, you go ahead.
So I would say to us as a council and as city staff, we really need to, we owe it to the public. Yes, we've heard, and yes, it's fine that we want to synthesize our thoughts by sending those. But I also believe that we have a responsibility to come back very quickly. And if we don't, I'm going to say this, it's very unfair to the public because they are expecting some type of direction to go forward. So we need to figure out a way to, within 2 weeks, not 4 weeks, not 6 weeks, to have a viable way of giving direction to the city manager on behalf of the community on this subject.
I appreciate that. That's exactly the conundrum that I'm in looking at the calendar. Our options are April 1st. Our option is April 1st. I know, but we have work to do. Why don't we poll? I don't think we're going to get it in on, even if we try to squeeze it in on the 25th, it's not going to happen. We've already seen the agenda and we're already pushing it. We're really pushing it with that agenda. We're looking at Tuesday the 1st. Go ahead, Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be really quick. Want to appreciate the public for their comments and staff for their presentation. I think the thing that I'm struggling with is, we convened this special meeting, city's looking for action, our public is looking for action, and they're also looking for leadership from this council. There is a standard practice that staff, or standard policy that staff has been pursuing, and that has come from the previous council. And so I'm not necessarily sure additional meetings are going to get us there. I think they're important to get us to a place to connect and talk about the issues and make sure that we're hearing each other's perspective. But I do think we need to give some direction, and that direction should come sooner rather than later, echoing Councilmember Lettish's point. So again, I would just caution us to really think about how we're structuring these meetings, and also what does direction look like swiftly, so that folks know where we stand as a council and what we're working towards. Because, the city manager's already calling for a consultant to work on an RFP, and so are we just giving solutions that are then going to be proposed by a consultant? Are these things that they can actually move in a few weeks? I don't really know, and I think that that's something that we have to think about, just in terms of what our residents expect from us.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Councilmember Gordon.
I was wondering, at this point, are we asking staff to continue as they've been doing, or are we asking them to wait until we meet again, and however long that may be? I just know something's happening April 1st. I can't quite remember what it is, but it's something serious. I remember writing it down in my car, but we don't want to keep on adding, and then we're depleting other businesses as well. So just want to make sure that we're not doing that, because earlier today, we had a serious thing, and then we had to rush that to deal with this very important issue, then I'm concerned that we're going to do the same thing with other items, if you don't mind me sharing those concerns.
I think a solution would be to poll for a special meeting as soon as possible, like very soon, on another day of the week other than Tuesday, and pause everything until we have that meeting, because we're just talking about a week. That would be my inclination. I agree with Councilmember Matias. I think I don't know that we want to leave tonight without, what is the city going to do, a massive sweep tomorrow, right in the middle of with our conversation pending? And then that's on us. So we have to have some plan that's very thought out. Okay, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I think, I don't know that we need to have a special meeting next week just to continue, when April 1st is just right around the corner. I think we need to be realistic with our time as well. But I do think that we do need to meet as quickly as possible. I think April 1st is probably a really good solution. I do think we should halt any plan moving forward until we have that meeting so that no other actions are happen. I can agree to that.
Okay, Councilmember Gordon.
There is a concern about some unhoused individuals on a property right now that they've been trying to get them off their property and they cannot, and they're being fined for being in violation. So we just want to, if we hold anything, would that person be included? Because I think he thought he was going to be part of that next sweep if it was to be accepted. Because right now it's on Magazine and Porter Street. When you come off the Highway 80, it went from 1 to now 4 people on his property. And it's a business, by the way. And again, I'm not trying to be insensitive. I'm just letting you know.
And this is on private property? This is something on private property?
It's on a business property. You know where we had coffee at, Starbucks?
Yeah, is this where this is something the city was going to be involved in?
So let me jump in here and staff can help, but nothing that you are talking about tonight has anything to do with private property. We are in litigation with multiple private properties in the city over this issue. We have many issues associated with those private properties that have been going on for a while. Many of them have been cleaned up and have stayed clean due to the efforts of the property owners. That isn't all of them. I'm not aware of one at, I'm sorry, Councilmember Magazine and Porter, is that what you said?
Yes, would you help me with that, please?
Natalie may have to help with that one.
Yeah.
So the location that you're speaking about is also, for others in the room, close to the Lincoln Road West cleanup that happened several weeks back. The current encampment there, I believe it's 2 or 3 tents, it may be up to 4 now, I haven't driven by in the last day or two, straddles private and public property. The individuals on the sidewalk are on public property, the individuals on the grass are on private business property.
It's a little bit of both.
I mean, I think I'm comfortable with April 1st. If we could do it sooner, I would have loved to do it sooner. I'm comfortable with April 1st and the city we just pause the city's activities until we decide, unless there is something of grave public health concern, in which case I think we would at least expect the council to be notified and maybe try to work with some advocates to get a solution if there's something really grave and urgent that comes up in the next couple weeks that we feel is an imminent public health concern that can't wait until April 1st. It sounds like we have a general agreement, unless anyone has anything else to add.
And just one additional thing to add, I think we'll need to send the council some status information on some other items just to keep you informed that we don't totally have control over. So we'll let you know about those.
And I'd actually, on that April 1st meeting, I'd like to have a closed session prior where we go through the litigation that has to do with the unhoused, because it sounds like we're suing some private property owners over sweeps. And we also have the brown sugar case, and I think we should do both of those in the closed session that day.
That We can either do that on an earlier meeting or can do it on the first before. The first
think we
before
should-
may make sense.
Yeah, I think we should bring those cases that day.
On the first?
Any case related to the unhoused.
Thank you. We can do that.
I don't want to make the executive decision here. It just makes sense I think it makes sense from a big picture standpoint.
If I can say, I think it makes sense as well. I think we need some direction, and we should seek that, if that's okay with the council.
Councilmember Gordon.
If we could please meet at 4 o'clock so that we can not be rushed, number one, and number two, so we can be able to leave more earlier than we have been. Not that I'm complaining, but just saying, I like
So-
to have things to do next.
If I may, Madam Mayor, there are only a couple of these cases. I don't think it needs to be quite that early.
Yeah, we would only have, it would be the special meeting continued from today. We've already done public comment, so it would just be council discussion that day. So we'd have a closed session and then an open session. I think we could start at 6 probably and be fine, but we can talk about the timing. All right, again, I want to thank everyone. I appreciate everyone. We've done a lot of nights, but we're getting to work. And I think with that, I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. And if my colleagues are okay with it, I would like to adjourn city manager, go ahead.
Sorry, just to clarify, when you say pause, you mean put a pause on the encampment cleanups until the meeting. That's the motion, until April 1st. So I don't know if you want to make a motion and vote on that, or?
I just want to reiterate something that the mayor said, but there is a caveat. I mean, if there's something grave that's going to happen, like if there's some sort of physical harm that's about to happen to another human being, I mean, we can't just do nothing, correct? Is that what you're implying, Mayor?
And if a crime is being committed, we're still, I mean, there's a difference. I think we need to treat these as two separate issues. If a crime is being committed, we're still responding to that. If there's a fire, we're still responding to that.
Yep,
It's the clearing and displacement of humans. If we can commit to no displacement of humans for 2 weeks, and if we have a situation where someone is blocking access that's urgent for an emergency vehicle or causing imminent danger from a public health perspective, then we at least get some notice so we know what's going on.
Yeah, understood.
Does that
Thank
sound
you.
reasonable? Thank you. All right, so with my colleagues' permission, I will adjourn tonight in memory of James Oakley. All right, 11:53 p.m.